Females to the makeup arena, entry number 20. Charlotte female to the makeup arena. This is your first call, Class 4, Charlotte's. First call, Class 4, Charlotte's. First call, Class 5, Simmentals. First call, Class 5, Simmentals. This time, we'd like to welcome you to your Charlotte Junior Heifer Show here at the 50th anniversary of the North American here in Louisville, Kentucky. The judge for today's Charlotte show is Mr. Shane Bedwell. Shane and his wife, Lacey, and children Celie and Chisholm reside in Holt, Missouri. Shane attended Butler Community College as well as Kansas State University for his undergraduate and junior colleges. He was the judging coach and professor at Colorado State University, and now Shane serves as the COO and Director of Breed Improvement for the American Hereford Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Mr. Shane Bedwell to the Green Chips here at the North American. Second call, Class 4, Charlotte's. Second call, Class 4, Charlotte's. Second call, Class 5, Simmentals. Second call, Class 5, Simmentals. Charlotte entry number 20 to the makeup arena. Charlotte entry number 20 to the makeup arena.
Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here and work with your Charolais exhibitors. Here in the junior show, a pair of May-born females come to the front in this particular class, and neither one of them are wanting to cooperate very good, and so we'll just move on with them. But I do like the young man's heifer. I think she's balanced just a little bit nicer, particularly in behind her shoulder, how her shoulder ties into the rest of her body. She's really nice in her structure when she'll cooperate. Heavyweight per day of age heifers in second. She has more volume and body, more performance there about her, just a little piecier at times when you get off to the profile there of that heifer. Pair of heifers that we come next with in this class, certainly like their type, they're green cattle. They just need a little bit more time to kind of get to where they're going to be. Long-bodied, real extended heifer there that I had in third, and the young man there in the vest has a real thick, muscled female. Just needs a little bit more balance and smoothness there about her.
Third and final call, Class 4, Charolais. Third and final call, Class 4, Charolais. Results of Class number 1 of your Junior Charolais Heifer Show. In first place, entry number 3, APL Bewley Oval, 318, exhibited by Anna P. Link of Rio, Illinois. In second place, entry number 4, APL Bewley Pearl, 309, exhibited by Anna P. Link of Rio, Illinois. In third place, entry number 1, exhibited by Isaac Clay Montgomery. And in fourth place, entry number 2, exhibited by Cole Harris. Third and final call, Class 4, Charolais. Third and final call, Class 4, Charolais.
Well, when this class was coming in, I thought somebody forgot to shut the gate because a big class here in terms of numbers and a lot of differences to sort through in this class. And I'll go ahead and tell you, I mean, I don't know that there's really one in here that just wins by a mile within this class, but I think The heifer I'm choosing to start with here, the longer she's out here, the more you look at her, she's probably got the least amount of problems of any in this class. I think a female that brings us just a really maternal look in the way she's put together. She's attractive up front. She's got plenty of rib shape for her age and her maturity. She's one that's extremely square and level at her hip. And when we get her out on the go, I think she's still relatively good in terms of the way she gets around the ring, the way she handles her skeleton. For me, a female that just kind of comes to the top, because there's not a lot you'd really like to change about this one. No, she's not the biggest one. She's not the stoutest one, but she's very balanced. That's why I like her. This heifer in second, she's fighting this young lady a little bit out here today. And when she gets her parked and you get a look at this one, you really appreciate the look and the uniqueness she brings you on the standstill. I think a female that's extremely neat and up-headed, really pretty about her head, the way her shoulder ties in there. She's one that's got a lot of performance and added weight and size to her today, added dimension along with that. She's got a lot of bone and foot under. When we get her out on the go, well, I just got to change this one structurally and the way she handles her shoulder. She just wants to get out and paddle out of that front end here today. But for me, it's still her performance and her power that gets her up there in that second hole. From there, we come into a heifer that's somewhat of a combination of the two above her in terms of that some added performance, some added power. A female for me, though, I just like to be neaten her up and refine her about her head and her neck a little bit. I'd like to square her up and elevate her in her pins when we get her out on the go. She just doesn't want to handle her hip and hind leg quite as comfortably as what I'd like to see, but I think still a female that's got some maternal power to her. She's got some added dimension all the way through. This red heifer that comes next is one that just catches your eye the entire time she's out here. She's one that's so well presented. Her color demands your attention, I think. And this female is beautiful headed. She's beautiful necked, very maternal up front there. I like the rib shape and the spring of rib this one has. She's got some added foot size and bone as well. For me, when we get her out on the go, I maybe just like to see her set down with a little more comfort and flex to that hock, those rear two pasterns, and maybe the way she handles her shoulder, but there's no denying the quality in this one in terms of her look and her presence when she gets her parked. Heifer that comes next is another one that just a no-holes kind of female. When he gets this one parked, just very, very maternal in her look. I appreciate the condition she's coming to us at today. She's very juvenile and just youthful in her look. She's one that sets down on a really nice hind leg. She's really deep-centered and good-bodied. For me, it's when we get her out on the go, I'd like to see her reach with a little more flexibility in the way she handles her shoulder. Maybe to see this one with a shot more power when we get around behind her when we compare to them ones in front of her. But I think this one's certainly got a bright future. Just gets out-horsed a little bit here today in relation to the rest of the class. This blaze-faced heifer that comes next has got some horsepower to her. She's got some added frame size. She's got some added feature in terms of her foot size and her bone work. She's probably a little piecier for me here today, just not carrying quite the condition, and that's some of it. She doesn't blend together quite as smoothly as what she needs to here today, but you have to appreciate the added framework, the added size, the added length that this one brings us. Female that comes next, another one that's very functional, very maternal in her look. She gives up some of the power in terms of her size and bone work to some of these others today, but one that's going to make a very low maintenance, good keeping kind of cow. Heifer that comes next, one that's very three-dimensional in terms of her width, in terms of the rib shape this one has, and along with that added rib shape, she's got the depth to go along with it. Blends extremely smooth from her forerib back into her flank. She looks like to me she's going to be one that's just a little quicker on down the road, maybe not quite the added size as some of these females, but you just have to appreciate the low input look she gives you, just gives up a little bit of the punch of some of these others. Young man's heifer that comes next, another one that's very functional in her kind. She's got some added length, she's got some added extension, probably not quite as neat down into her chest floor. When we talk about ones at this stage of the game, this young, she's going to have a little more there when we get on down the road. She's one that maybe isn't blessed with the most foot size and bone out of these others here in the class. We roll into some heifers here. This next heifer is one that has got some added framework to her. We just got to see a little more to her out here today in terms of her dimension, level her up down her top line and out her hip when we get her in motion. Young man's got a really nice moderate framed heifer here that comes next. Another one we'd just like to loosen up when we ask her to get out and go. We round things off here with a pair of heifers that have got some good parts and pieces to them, just don't blend quite as neat as these others do here today. We just got to see them with a shot more balance in terms of their structure, the way they're put together.
Simmental entry numbers 52 and 203 to the makeup arena. Simmental entry numbers 52 and 203 to the makeup arena.
We have an outstanding class here in the Charolais show. All 5 of these heifers, I think, are really, really nice. I understand why the exhibitors brought them to town, because I think they all have the potential of being back here next year. They're that good. The heifer that wins the class, in my opinion, is dominating in the fact that she ties so much mass and power into a skeleton that's still really athletic and quality when you set her in motion. She's so strong and good built there, right in behind her shoulder. I love her rump and her hip, her hind legs, really, really nice. That's a powerful female to go ahead and start this class. Female in second, I like her in terms of her femininity, her quality. She's really broody in terms of her design and just her pattern. And I think that's probably the difference here today between her and the heifer in third, is that she's just a little bit more useful, a little stronger there in her heart and her forerib, maintains a little better turn back through the rear third of her body. You know, I kind of kept looking at this heifer in third because she has so much quality and pattern and balance. The other reason I like her, the young girl showing her does such a good job, and when she can kind of get her put together, you start seeing the pieces in this female, and I think she has a lot of quality and future ahead of her to run with the 2 cattle ahead of her. She needs to have just a little bit more volume in her rib today for me, but at the same time, I think she'll get it, or at least I hope she gets it long term. She'll be really nice. Female in fourth is stouter, and she has a little bit more of that depth and volume, particularly through her rear third. As I studied her a little bit more, I think she's just a little piecier, though, in terms of her balance and how she's built up through her front end. And then the young lady's heifer that finishes the class, she's really nice in the big scheme of things. There's some quality, there's some body, some dimension in her. She's not last because she's lacking in those areas. She ends up finishing the class, to me, just doesn't have the overall performance, the volume there with her today, but she'll get it in time. I think she'll stay pretty sound for her. Let's give them a good hand.
First call, Class 5 Charolais. First call, Class 5 Charolais to the makeup arena. This is your third call, Class 5 Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 5 Simmentals. First call, Class 6 Simmentals. First call, Class 6.
And placings in Class 2 over in your purebred Simmental heifer show are as followed. First place, weighing 815, goes to entry number 16. S&S Maine Foxy's favorite, 3203, exhibited by Delaney Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. And second place in that class, weighing at 916 pounds, goes to entry number 25. EK Fout Time to Shine 101L, exhibited by Chesley Clark of Bluffton, Indiana. And third place in that class goes to entry number 15, weighing 854 pounds, MEJ Miss Remy 44L, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 21, Wilson's Lucky Lady 277L, exhibited by Mackenzie Stanmiller of Dayton, Pennsylvania. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 14, WFSC Pella 31L, exhibited by Tanner Butcher of LaRue, Ohio. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 19, exhibited by Katie Legit of Denison, Ohio. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 13, exhibited by Emma Georgie of Battleground, Indiana. Eighth place in that class goes to entry number 24, exhibited by Riley Mears of Cleveland, Alabama. And ninth place in that class goes to entry number 18, exhibited by Blake Miller of Alton Bend, Indiana. And 10th place in that class goes to entry number 200, exhibited by Kenzie Travis of Brazil, Indiana. And 11th place in that class goes to entry number 26, exhibited by Cal Shreves of Gilson, Illinois. And 12th place in that class goes to entry number 22, exhibited by Andrew Hartman of Kikomo, Indiana. And 13th place in that class goes to entry number 23, exhibited by Allie Blair Connor of Bell City, Louisiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in the ring is Class 3 purebred heifers over in your Simmental show. These heifers' date of birth range from March 29th through March 14th of 2023.
Second call, Class 5 Charolais. Second call, Class 5 Charolais females to the makeup arena. This is your first call, Class 6 Charolais. First call, Class 6. Second call, Class 6 Simmentals. Second call, Class 6 purebred Simmentals. Additional results of your Charolais show. Your Class 2 winner goes to entry number 10, weighing 661 pounds, boy HL Lila 344L, exhibited by Sydney Allard of Sydney, Nebraska. In second place, entry number 7, weighing 652 pounds, RF Greta 3223, exhibited by Riley Revels of Webster, Florida. In third place, weighing 657 pounds, entry number 9, and also your bred and owned class winner goes to RKNW Crystal Barbie, exhibited by Lily Williams of Keithville, Louisiana. Fourth place, entry number 6, Maggie Paulson. Fifth place, entry number 5, Lily Williams. Now exhibiting in the Charolais ring is class number 3. Third and final call, Class 5 Charolais females. Third and final call, Class 5 Charolais females.
I would like to take this time to introduce our official photographer of this year's show, Lindy's Livestock Photography. She's been taking in-ring and backdrop photos. If you want to find your photos, please go to lindyslivestockphotos.com to find all photos here at the 50th anniversary of the North American. Again, if you want to find photos here in the backdrop and ring shots, go to lindyslivestockphotos.com to find all pictures here at the North American.
Another really outstanding class of March-born females, and the female that wins the class, much like our class winner in the previous one, pretty dominating when she hits the ring. Heifer that's very commanding in terms of her presence, dominating in terms of her volume and her substance, but she still hangs on to me to be the best balanced, the most eye-appealing heifer with all that volume that she has, and I particularly appreciate her joint quality, the set of her hind leg, and she's bigger footed down at the ground, particularly from behind. She stays square and better there in how she goes and leaves you. Female that is in second just needs a little more time. I see a lot of good in that heifer. She stays strong and good enough at the ground. This heifer will be a handful when they get her kind of pulled together and really presented to a T, because there's a beautiful shape in her. She's got a nice look up through her front end and her head, and the shape of her neck's good, and then she just absolutely comes back into a great turn of body, a real genuine long hip that sits in her. There's a lot of things I like about that female quite well. The one and third, a little more moderate in her same frame size. She's plenty good sized in my opinion, though, just comparatively to those two heifers ahead of her. Lots of stoutness, lots of rib shape and turn to her. It's just a little distracting for me as you study her over her tail head. I'd like to set that down in her just ever so slightly, a little bit better, then she could maybe work up. Here's a heifer that's super long-bodied, very feminine, awesome shape of head and neck as you study her there. She's just a little tight-topped when she goes, and I'd like to just relax her there in her top line and just in her overall volume and her rib shape and just give her a little bit more. But she's a quality female, and I thought she needed to be up towards the front end of this good class. More performance and weight per day of age, and the young man's heifer coming out next. I like all those things about her. From a balance standpoint, I think she's just a little bit different, how she's built through her hip and her hock and how you just study her there off of either end, but certainly a good heifer. Young man's heifer in behind him, real striking, lots of look. He's got her presented very good, pretty sound in the big scheme of things, just a little flatter for her frame size. Personally for me, she just needs to be a little bit more genuine as you get underneath her. 3 females that'll finish out the class, certainly good cattle, just need a little bit more balance and quality to them. I don't know if the girls' heifers feeling the best out here today, but 2 good heifers to finish up with that have plenty of muscle, just need a little more quality. Give them a good hand.
Back over here on the Simmental side, outstanding class, and here at the top end of this class, we've got some real quality in here. It comes in different shapes and sizes, but I think when we sit back and we look at these top 3 heifers we've got pulled out here, they're all very useful. And I guess for me, this heifer that's going to win the class hit me extremely hard when she come in the ring. No, she's not the biggest one out here. She's one of the younger ones in this class. Maybe we'd like to see a little more size to her compared to the rest of them, but I think for a March, realistically, she's still very good sized. It's her quality, though, for me that gets her to the top of this class. But we want to talk about cattle that have presence, cattle that's neck tying them high there and give you that awesome look up front. But not only that, she's one that's tremendous in terms of the shape she has to her rib cage. Just paints a beautiful silhouette when we get her parked. For me, it's when we get her out on the go, this one really rises to the top. She's so laid back in the angle to her knee. She's so good in her hock and the way she uses it on down to the ground and her pasterns. Just the quality of this female is outstanding. One that's got a bright future in my mind. This heifer in second, the short-tailed heifer, she's one, the longer you study her, the more I like her. Another one that is just extremely good in the way she handles her hock, her pasterns on down to the ground. She's one that's so maternal in her look. She's really beautiful about her head and her neck, the way she ties in there at the point of her shoulder, tremendous in terms of her rib cage, extremely square out that hip. For me, I maybe like to see her get out and reach with a little more length of stride in the way she handles her shoulder and her front too, but that's being extremely picky on one that just looks like a little cow out here. Tremendous female there. This one in third, she's the power heifer of this class, and there's a lot to this girl in terms of her width, her dimension, her rib shape. She's big-footed and big-boned. For me, where I'd like to change this one, she doesn't handle those rear 2 pasterns quite as good. She wants to get a little more rigid there. I'd like to shorten her head up a little and maybe just tone her down a little bit for one at this stage of the game in terms of her size, the condition she's bringing us, but there's no doubt that's a very powerful female to go third. The one that comes fourth is a lot like her in terms of added size and length. This blaze-faced female, tremendously long-fronted, tremendously long-bodied, and I'm a guy that always likes long cattle. I believe you get a lot of weight out of length in these cattle, and this one's got it. For me, we just got to change her in the way she handles her feet and legs. She wants to get tighter and straighter about her hock. She wants to get just a little rounder out her hip there. If we could square her up and just give her more flexibility there, I think this female maybe moves up a spot or 2. Tremendous female, though. Red heifer that comes next. This one colors extremely neat. That red on her head, that's pretty unique, young man. And she's got a heifer there that does have a beautiful head. She's small-necked. She's really refined up front. She, too's got some added length to her. For me, I'd like to set her tail head down in her just a little bit. See this one get out maybe on just a little bigger foot. And I think if her foot was a little bigger and more ideally designed there on those rear 2, she would plant just a little softer and easier in the way she handles her hind leg. But that's a really good heifer you've got there, young man, in this extremely competitive class. From there, we move into another one that maybe is not carrying quite the bark and the condition of some of these others, but he's brought us one here that's extremely maternal in her look. She's tremendously long-bodied. She's one that gets out and takes a big, long stride off those rear two. For me, we just need to relax her some in the way she handles her spine. She wants to get up in the center of her back there. If we could relax her there, elevate those pins, and just see her get out and move more comfortably, I think that's where we'd like to change this one the most, but still a lot of quality in that female. This white-legged heifer, to me, is one that's extremely unique. She's just chock full of power. She's got a big, stout hip in her. There's a lot of shape to this girl, and she still gives you a really awesome look when you get her parked there. She's maybe, with that added power, just a little coarser in the way put together. I'd like to refine her, smoothen her up and square her up out her hip some. She gets out on the go and she takes a long stride, but she's got a little more set to her hock than maybe what I'd like to see when we get her out on the go, but one that's pretty unique, and I think that one's going to be fun to breed on down the road, probably go some different directions with her. We round things off here with a pair of heifers that are sure long and extended, females that maybe just need to be a little bigger footed, a little bigger boned when you compare them to the rest of the class. I'd just like to soften these two up a little bit too in that regard, but awesome class here in these purebred Simmentals.
Third and final call, Class 6 Charolais. Third and final call, Class 6 Charolais females to the makeup arena. Results of Class 3 of your Junior Charolais show. In first place goes to entry number 13, L-Man Miss Maryland 318L, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan. In second place, entry number 15, and also your bred and owned class winner, weighing 819 pounds, RCF Blue Pearls 9002, exhibited by Ellis Davis of Hillsboro, Ohio. In third place, entry number 12, weighing 711 pounds, TCC Angelina 45L, exhibited by Justin Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. In fourth place, entry number 11, Kara Brooks. Fifth place, entry number 19, Kix Lee. In sixth place, entry number 16, Logan James. Seventh place, entry number 17, Sarah Barron. Eighth place, entry number 20, Sage Rebels. And in ninth place, entry number 14, Tatum Green.
And placings in Class 3 over in your purebred heifers over in your Simmental show are as followed. First place, weighing 690 pounds, goes to entry number 28, RCC Tell Me Like It Is, exhibited by Avery Knupp of Orland, Illinois. And second place in that class goes to entry number 30, weighing 790 pounds, WFSC Willow 10L, exhibited by Riley Moon of Comer, Georgia. And third place in that class, weighing 928, goes to entry number 34, CNW Miss Delilah 22, exhibited by Luke Darledge of Brownstown, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes to JBSF Little Kim 318L, exhibited by Riley Rose of Carneville, Illinois. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 33, Hill Love Me L5, exhibited by Carson Beckham of Jerseyville, Illinois. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 31, exhibited by McCall Creek from Auburn, Kentucky. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 32, Lilia Melton, McDock, Indiana. And eighth place in that class goes to entry number 35, exhibited by Valken Everett of Delphil, Indiana. And ninth place goes to entry number 201, exhibited by Emily Miller of Vevey, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now entering the ring is Class 4.
Okay, back on the Charolais side, I think a very, very good class. Again, a lot of differences in phenotype in this class, and you just got to decide where you're going to go and where you want to put your priorities. But I guess I'm the most comfortable with this female that wins the class because of her quality, her balance. I see a lot of future in her personally. I think she's really genuine. You guys are getting a good view of her through her chest right there. For the amount of condition that she has on her, this heifer actually has some genuine turn to her, and she's undeniably, in my opinion, the heifer that has, to me, the most future for quality, freshness, structure. I just had the hardest time putting a big hole in that heifer. Yeah, she's not as big, but I think on her scorecard there it says she weighs close to 9, and that certainly is big enough, in my opinion. This heifer in second, really like her mass and her body. She's bolder in her heart and forerib, how I think we need to have cattle, and we've lost some of that. This heifer is so good in that regard. I love her spine, the strength that she has in behind her shoulder. She's still really good in her hind leg. I took more issue down into her knee. I'd like to see her cleaned up there a little bit and just a little bit square underneath, just give her a little bit more pizzazz. But from her shoulder back, I think this heifer is certainly a really good brood cow in the making. Female here in third is overwhelming in the amount of power and hip, with the amount of length and quality this heifer ties in it together. There's not another heifer that's matched like her, and I do appreciate that hip and that stoutness that she has in her. Young girl does a good job showing her. I just had the most hang up with her in this one in fourth, just in their movement. I think she gets a little straighter there through her shoulder and her front end, just a little bulkier down there through the point of it. Female here in fourth is a little bit more sharp there through her front end. She's really clean in her neck. She gets tangled up, in my opinion, off of her hind leg, and I would just like to clean her up there in her head. She's just plenty big and mature there for me right now. Then you've got two heifers that finished the class, a really big-bodied young man's heifer there, just a little shorter and more compact than the boy's heifer here we closed the class with. Really thick, lots of muscle and turn and length in her, just a little coarser in how she's put together. A really, really high-quality set of females to close out this division.
Results of Class 4 of your Junior Charolais show. In first place, entry number 27, weighing 864 pounds, WC Missy 3233, exhibited by Camille Greer of Shelbyville, Texas. In second place, entry number 24, weighing 996 pounds, L-Man Snowball 17L, exhibited by Jaden Mata of Asherton, Texas. In third place, entry number 28, weighing 1,002 pounds, BRCHE MCC Hot Tamale 3502, exhibited by Macy Haug of Illinois City, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 26, Maddie Henson. In fifth place, entry number 25, Elijah Downey, and your bred and owned winner. And in sixth place, entry number 29, Dalton Gibson. Now entering the ring is a selection of your champion junior calf. First call, Class 7, Charolais females. First call, Class 7. First call, Class 7, purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 7, purebred Simmentals.
This is where you would hope you had a couple sets of banners to split up this good division. We go from a May clear to January, and I think there's kind of two younger heifers and two older heifers that are sure darn good enough to make it in a final drive. And so we've got to get it to two, and some really good seconds that's set over there for the young people. But an outstanding drive. I've kind of talked through these cattle. I'm going to go show you the two that I really like. We'll keep the show moving on, but I think as a crowd and spectators, we need to show the young people and their families how much you appreciate the cattle. They're really nice. Put your hands together for them. Outstanding calf division here in the Charolais show.
And your junior calf champion of your Charolais show goes to entry number 13, Elman Miss Maryland 318L, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan. Your reserve champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 27, WC Missy 3233, exhibited by Camille Greer of Shelbyville, Texas. Second call, Class 7, Charolais. Second call, Class 7, Charolais females. First call in Class 8, Charolais females. First call in Class 8, Charolais females. This is your third and final call in Class 7, Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 7, Simmental females. First call, Class 8, Simmentals. First call, Class 8.
Well, another good class. These purebred. Back here on the Simmental side, outstanding class. And once again, here at these top end, we've got some differences in these cattle. And you're sitting in the stands, you can see they're not all alike here. But these two heifers we've got pulled out here for me, the reason they're at the top is these are the two best structured females in the class. When we get them out on the go, both these heifers, the way they handle their feet, their legs, they're just comfortable in the way they get out and move themselves around the ring. And this young lady's heifer here that's going to lead things off for me, she's the combination female. When we talk about structure, we talk about one that's still got some power to her as well, a female that's got some length of body, one that is still very sensible in terms of her frame size, but among this class here, I think she's got that added power, she's got that added dimension. For me, all those things, when we combine them together, that's what gets her to the top of this class. This female that comes next, I'll be the first to admit, I wish there was a little more to her in terms of her body and her depth, and maybe when we get around behind her compared to these others. But I think with that being said, she's one that's still very juvenile in her look. She's a female that's got some presence to to her, and it's when we get her out on the go. This one can just motor around the ring as free and easy as any in the whole class. For me, that's my preference there to get her into that second hole because of her structure. She's one that's really green amongst these others out here in this class, but with that, I think she's got a bright future on down the road. This female that comes next, they're just chock full of quality here, and when she gets this one parked, I think she's no doubt a contender in this class to win. She's so long up front. She's really good in terms of the shape she has to her rib cage. She's square. She's got that added foot size, that added bone. It's when we get her out on the go. I just got to change her a little. She doesn't handle her front two, and the way she handles her shoulder just as comfortably is what I'd like to see out here today. I think, in time it's going to be interesting to see what this one does because there's so much quality in this female, so much power, so much length and dimension, a lot of quality. I'd just like to free her up a little on the go. Much of the same can be said for this red female that comes next. When she gets her parked, she gives a look like none other in this class. Beautiful and refined up about her head and her neck. The way she ties in there, I think is just incredible. She's one, too, that's big ribbed, awesome, all the way from her forerib back into her flank. She's got that added foot size and added bone and added power and width when we get around behind her. She wants to get out and maybe just reach and paddle a little more out of her front end. She's not quite as laid back and relaxed in her knee, and I think we combine that. That's why she can't get out and reach quite as good out of those front two. Maybe wants to get outside her skeleton a little bit when we watch her go away from us, but man, that one's very unique in terms of the look and the power and dimension she brings to us in this class. From there, we roll into a heifer that's a little more moderate in her kind. I think one that has still got a lot of presence to her in the way her neck attaches on the top side of her shoulder, added power in terms of her hip, her bone work. For me, maybe like to set her chest back in her just a little bit, maybe set that tail head down into her just a little better. But I think a female that's got some quality just gives up some of the length and size and power to the ones above her. Heifer that comes next, the one that's very maternal in her look, and maybe she doesn't have the bells and whistles of some of these others that have stood above her here, but I think she's very functional in her kind. She's square hips, she's good down her top line. She's one that's maybe not as wide when we get around behind her, and I'd just like to see her come at us with a little more genuine width, but when he gets her parked there, there's no denying this quality in this female here, a very deep class we had here, young man. From there, we roll into one that has got a big old stout hip in her. She's long and pretty up front. I'd just like to see her coming at us with a little bigger foot. I think if she had that, she'd sit down and use those rear two just a little more comfortably. The way she handles her hock and pasterns on down to the grounds where we need to change that one. We roll into a pair of heifers here to round things off. Females that have got some added muscle to them. They're ones that maybe we just need to relax in terms of their spine and the way they handle their top line and loin when we get them out on the go. But awfully good class here in this Simmental show. Things are shaping up for an outstanding division.
Awesome set of falls here in the Charlet show, and the young man's heifer, she wins it for fun in my opinion. Just a massively built, sound structure female that has so much quality, and yet, they've kept her condition so good, and I appreciate that. She's got a beautiful teat structure starting to kind of spread there in her, and it just, to me, finishes a really good one when they've got those little things, those little extras. That's a really, really high-quality female. Between second and third, I think just find a female that's a little broodier, a little stronger in her heart and her forerib. She maintains more substance in turn as you take her back through the lower 1/3 of her, but she's stronger, and I just prefer her hip and hind leg structure as just more functional. The young lady's a good hand at the stick, and she can make you counter that decision because this heifer has so much more length. She's a little higher quality presented at times with that extra showmanship, but she's just a little rounder built there in her hip and doesn't have quite the substance of bone or the hind leg quality to rival the cowiness in my second place female. The one that'll be fourth here, certainly sound, functional, practical. Young lady's doing a good job out here, just ran into a really tough class. Nice job.
Second call, Class 8 Purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 8 Purebred Simmentals.
And placings in Class 4 over in your Simmental show are as followed. First place, weighing 930 pounds, goes to entry number 36, S&S Plenty Special 3038L, exhibited by Addison Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. And second place in that class, weighing 772 pounds, goes to entry number 38, MBF JoJo J942, exhibited by Samantha Roberts of Athens, Tennessee. Third place, weighing at 934, goes to entry number 49, Cambolio Lola 11A, exhibited by Elena Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 47, JSUL Red Rosie 32L, exhibited by Kaylee Richardson of Wagner, Oklahoma. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 42, CLPP Tuzman's Princess L39, exhibited by Deacon Kimmy of Mason, Illinois. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 37, exhibited by Ty Kitzrow of St. Charles, Iowa. Seventh place in that class goes to entry number 41, exhibited by Alyssa Miller of Linlark, Illinois. Eighth place in that class goes to entry number 44, exhibited by Lane Boatwright of Franklin, North Carolina. And ninth place goes to entry number 48, exhibited by Kelsey Sidwick of Sheridan, Indiana. Again, congratulations, and now in the ring will be the selection of your Division I champion female.
Second call, Class 8 Charolais females. Second call, Class 8 Charolais females.
We've had a big calf division here on this purebred side, and we get our class winners back out here to pick you a champion in reserve division. An awfully good set of cattle, and I'm going to run back through these class winners right quick, say a few things about them. This female out of the first class here of the day, one that come to the top of that class because she was so balanced, so just well put together, and I think we get her back out here, and those same qualities that got her to the top of that class still ring true. A female that is just very balanced. She's ultra good in terms of her rib shape. I love the hind leg in this female. There in class, we talked a little bit about the way she handles her shoulder and the way she gets out and handles her knee on the go. Probably still like to change that a little, but I think in terms of quality and look and balance, outstanding winner out of our first class. This female out of our second class, she's one of those, as we talk there in class, the more you look at her, the more she grows on you. A female that when we compare her to these other class winners, she's probably not the deepest centered one out here, but I think she's one that's so elegant up front. She's extremely long and extended in terms of the way she's put together. I appreciate her squareness. I appreciate this one's structure when we ask her to get out on the go. Amongst these other class winners and even some of these older ones, she's not carrying as much condition, but I don't hold that against her. These are calves. It's okay to not have them fat right now, and I think this is a really nice class winner out of that second hole. That third class was very interesting because we had a lot of shapes and sizes in there, and this heifer that come to the top just came to the top in terms of quality and her structural build, and we get her back out here, and I still think she's good as any in that aspect. So comfortable and laid back at her knee and her hock and down to the ground, and along with that structure, this one's got ultra good look. She's one maybe when we compare to these cattle around her, these other class winners, we'd like to see a little more of her today, but still in terms of quality, that's why she won that class, and her quality still makes her a contender out here in this division. The heifer that round things off here, just so complete in terms of the way she's put together. She's one that's got some added power and length and dimension to her, one that's still good when we ask her to get out and go on the move. You know, maybe when we compare her to some of these others, she's not quite as neat there in her chin, but I think all in all, she's still one that reads with plenty of look up front. So with that being said, I'll show you how I like this division. Really good set of cattle. Let's give these kids a round of applause here before I pick you a champion.
Results of Class 5 of your Charolais show. In first place, entry number 33, weighing 1,117 pounds, RF Miss Mora 2331, exhibited by Trace Ritter of Herman, Missouri. In second place, entry number 39, weighing 976 pounds, WGBCC Berkeley 240P, exhibited by Brecky Barnard of Fooslin, Illinois. In third place, and also your bred and owned class winner, weighing 990 pounds, MAH HSSC Vanessa, exhibited by Maddie Harward of Richfield, North Carolina. In fourth place, entry number 35, Aubrey Mitchell. Third and final call, Class 8 Charolais. Third and final call, Class 8 Charolais. This is your third and final call, Class 8 Purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 8 Purebred Simmentals.
And your Division I champion female goes to entry number 36, S&S Plenty Special 3038L, exhibited by Addison Finning of Coldwater, Ohio. And your reserve division champion goes to entry number 16, S&S Maine Foxy's Favorite 3203, exhibited by Delaney Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. Again, congratulations to those Simmental exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 5 of your Purebred Simmental female show. These heifers' date of birth range from February 26th through February 13th of 2023.
Purebred Simmental exhibitor, entry number 77 to the makeup arena. Entry number 77 to the makeup arena.
Correction, we will now be selecting your Division I bred known champion.
It's a really nice class, a little more sort in it. I guess for me, as you study them, once you kind of get a few of them, get a few sorted off, it gets a little trickier. But I do like this female quite a bit that wins the class. She hangs on to a really nice female look, good shape of neck. There's something to her, but yet she's not too massive. I guess in my opinion, she's right down the middle of the road, and I really like her structure. I like the flexibility that she has. Now her disposition and her mannerism out here is not too good, but I think she wins the class tied to the fence. That's a really, really good female in my opinion. Heifer that comes in second, massive, powerful, a lot stouter in terms of her width, presented really nice. Young lady gets a lot out of her. She's a good stick. In my opinion, though, she's just a little crestier, a little heavier condition over the top of her neck, not quite as smooth built in her hip and her rump, and I'd like to just change her and modify her there from that standpoint. Actually, the boys' heifer is pretty good. She's a little shorter bodied, maybe a little plainer for some, but basics are there. She's sound and flexible. She's broody and bold in terms of her rib and just cowy, good kind. And I think just her flexibility and smoothness and correctness while still having enough meat and muscle keeps her over the heifer that comes next here in fourth, because again, the 1 and 4th is a little more massive. She's got a little more turn to her. The young girl can get her set up and give you a pretty good look. Times, though, she can get a little round for me. She's just not quite as comfortable in terms of her joint quality as she gets set in motion. Heifer coming out next is a little different type of female. I don't know as we've seen a longer necked heifer today other than this heifer. I mean, she's pretty extreme in that way. She's nice and soft and deep there back through her flank in terms of that side profile view. I just need to see her a little more genuine in terms of her dimension and her shape. And then structurally, I need to square her up there off of her front end there in her knee and off those front toes. Female coming out next is actually a little truer in her shape. She's got more turn and dimension in her. Her hip and hind leg balance is off, in my opinion, and she just needs a little bit more doability personally. Young man's heifer, again, just one of those females that needs a little more time. She kind of starts a set of cattle that don't have quite the doability, not quite the flesh and maybe some of the balance, but there's some good things about her. She just needs a little more time, make a good project for him. Let's give these kids a good hand. We'll move on to our next class.
And your Division I bred-known champion goes to entry number 38, MBF JoJo L942, exhibited by Samantha Roberts of Athens, Tennessee. Congratulations. Now in the ring is Class 5 purebred heifers over in your Simmental show. These heifers' date of birth range from February 26th through February 13th of 2023.
Another good division, a lot of quality in here, and so I think bystanders and supporters, you still ought to be impressed with the set of cattle. Young people are doing a good job here. I think a fun division, one of them I really like quite well, that I talked really high of. I talked both of these class winners honestly pretty good in class, but I think as you get them back out here, there's one that's a little more commanding out here. Young man in the black shirt, it's all right with you. You're going to be our champion in this division. Let's give him a good hand, and we're going to follow with the pink shirt for reserve. Nice job.
So we start off a new division here on the Simmental side. A pair of heifers here on top that are both very nice in terms of their power and their dimension that they have. And the female that's going to win the class for me, I think when we compare these two females here, she's the one that's just a little longer necked and more chiseled there from her chin down into her chest floor. Her length doesn't stop there. She's longer bodied than this other heifer. She's one that's tremendously square hipped. A female, when we get her out on the go, maybe just not the most comfortable one in the world, but I think she's still fluid in the way she gets out and handles herself when we get her around the ring. This Brockle heifer that comes next, so much power and width in this female. She's one that, when we get around behind them, is the widest heifer in the class. She's one that's got a big hip in her, really good in terms of her rib shape. She's perhaps just a little shorter bodied, and when we get her out on the go and watch her go away from us, she wants to turn them toes in just ever so slightly there on those rear two. maybe we could change her there. But when she gets her parked, there's no denying the look this one gives you in terms of her quality, her power, and her presence. From there, we roll into a pair of heifers that are a little bigger in their kind in terms of their framework. And this heifer that goes third, ultra attractive. She's neat-headed. She's so maternal and feminine up there in the way she lays in at the point of her shoulder. She's one that's got plenty of rib shape for me. I'd like to stouten her up down at the ground and just see her come with a shot more bone. I'd like to set her tail head down in her and raise her up in her loin some when we ask her to get out and go as well. But that one's going to make a tremendous brood cow, I think, on down the road. This Baldy heifer that comes next, another one with that added framework. She's one that's tremendously long-bodied. She's still attractive up front for me, maybe pushing a little more chest there out front, throws her balance off ever so slightly. But a female that gives us just a really maternal look. She doesn't have the power in terms of her depth of body and rib shape, maybe not quite just as blown apart when we get around behind her and study her when she goes away from us, but still a lot of quality in that female. Another one that I think will make a nice cow here on down the road. This heifer that comes next, a lot to appreciate about her as well. She's so good right down at the ground on those rear two. She's soft there in the way she handles her pasterns. She's got some added width to her as well. When we get her out on the go, I think she's one that gets weaker there in her loin, wants to pop that tail head up some. And if we could just connect her a little nicer there, I think she's one that would balance up nicer with that being done. But nevertheless, just a really three-dimensional female with some nice parts and pieces to her. Young man's female that comes next maybe just gives up some of the overall power and dimension to these others, but he's doing a good job getting her shown here. I think a female that's got a nice look to her. We just got to stouten her up some. Female that's going to round things off, here's one that doesn't lack for power. She's got a big old stout hip in her. She's one that's got some added foot size and bone. Maybe just all that added power comes in a little coarser kind of package, and I'd just like to smoothen her up some when we connect all her parts and pieces. But outstanding class here on the Simmental side.
And back on the Charlet side, a good pair of summer-born females, and I like the off-colored heifer a lot in terms of just her basic broodiness, her rib shape, her turn, and I think for her added dimension, stoutness, volume that she has, she's still really nice up through her front end and her neck. Structurally, she's made better through her front shoulder and her knee. She's just, to me, a little cowier in terms of her kind. Good heifer, it comes in second. That's really long-bodied, lots of performance in her. Structurally, I just need to change her off of either end. Just give her a little bit more genuine turn there through her lower body.
First call, Class 9 Purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 9 Purebred Simmentals. This is your third and final call, Class 9 Charlets. Third and final call, Class 9 Charlets. Second call, Class 10 Charlets. Second call, Class 10.
And placings in Class 5 over in your purebred Simmental Heifer Show are as followed. First place, weighing at 981 pounds, goes to entry number 51, WCCO WST Q's Queenie B 216L, exhibited by Emma Woodward of Cambridge, Ohio. Second place in that class goes to entry number 55, weighing 921 pounds, JBSF Lily 327L, exhibited by Glennies McCurk of Kingman, Indiana. And third place in that class, weighing at 919 pounds, goes to entry number 54, JSUL Reba 3131L, exhibited by Caitlin Sherman of LaGrange, Indiana. Fourth place in that class goes entry number 53, Pence Farm Black Rose, exhibited by Ava Dempsey of Hope, Indiana. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 58, Pence Farms Gabby's Payday, exhibited by Roy Clark of Anningburg, Indiana. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 56, exhibited by Drew Rice of Huntington, Indiana. Seventh place in that class goes to entry number 52, exhibited by AJ Goff of Rockville, Indiana. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 6 purebred heifers over in your Simmental show. These heifers' date of birth range from February 10th through February 1st of 2023. Again, now in the ring is Class 6 purebred heifers.
Purebred Simmental entry number 77. This is your last and final call. Purebred Simmental entry number 77 to the makeup arena immediately. Results of your Junior Charlet show. Your senior calf champion goes to entry number 33, RNF Miss Mora, 2331, exhibited by Trace Ritter of Herman, Missouri. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 49, Druins Adeline, exhibited by Kylan Oaks of Tagola, Oklahoma. Your Class 7 results. In first place, entry number 52, RF Miss Duchess K110, exhibited by Hayden Englert of Washington, Kansas. In second place, entry number 55, LaFraise Farah, 742, exhibited by Macy Hoek of Illinois City, Illinois. Charlie entry number 68 to the makeup arena. Charlie entry number 68 to the makeup arena. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Third and final call, Class 10, Charlais. Third and final call, Class 10. Second call, Class 9, Purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 9, Purebred Simmentals.
I believe these are May-born females here that we have in a good class, man. Just the strength of your breed, you can always see as you get into the spring and junior yearlings, and we're fixing to probably jump into some water here in a little bit. But this is a good class to kind of get you tuned up. There's a lot of good heifers these young people brought to town, and a lot of good differences in them. I guess the one that probably hit me the hardest and with the most quality, but yet still has some cow character to her, is this girl that I chose to start the class with. She, to me, is just one of those really complete females that's hard to put a big hole in because she's so basic and useful in her kind. I love her feature and her bone and her foot size, but yet she can still handle it really well. To me, she's stronger right in behind her shoulder and her forerib, and she maintains that underneath. Yeah, maybe she's not as clean condition as the heifer that sets in behind her, but she also, to me has more turn and broodiness and just substance there in her. That's a pretty stout Charolais female that does it all pretty right, because honestly, I think you can nitpick all three of these in terms of their structure and movement. There's just some subtle differences between them. This heifer in second is deadly at the standstill. She's sharp in terms of her lines and just the quality. There's a lot of shape and turn in this heifer. To me, she just doesn't, for where she has her condition in her chest floor, she doesn't have, to me, that turn in her lower 1/3. She's just a little bit harder, if I say and may there, but a good female that I like the shape and quality in her. Heifer that comes in third, young man does a really good job with her. Up-fronted, really extended heifer. It's real feminine, the shape of her neck. She's got a good turn to her lower body. Awesome hip. I love the attractiveness of her hip. When she gets in motion, this finer bone female just gets underneath herself a little bit more. And of this top trio, or compared to the heifers on either side of her, she just doesn't have quite the substance and stoutness to her. I like this girl's heifer in fourth in terms of her body volume and her doability. She's a little plainer for me, though, as you get off to the side of her and you study her here on the chips. Young lady's heifer coming out that was first in class here as she came through the gate. You know, a big, stout, big middled female. She gets tied up structurally, and that's what sorts her down in this class. Similar to the heifers right behind her, just a big old good-doing Charolais female. It's just a little plainer in terms of her composition. Then we finish the class, and this shows you how good this class is. A lot of performance and length in this female, a lot of stoutness. Again, maybe just would tweak her hair in a place or two. Big scheme of things, that's pretty good Charolais cattle. Give them a good hand, congratulate them. Nice class of May females.
Third and final call, Class 9 Purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 9 Purebred Simmentals. Your Class 8 results of your Junior Charolais show. In first place, entry number 60, weighing 1,522 pounds. Oak Ridge Smokin' Monty, 298, exhibited by Kylan Lewis of Salem, Illinois. In second place, entry number 62, weighing 1,504 pounds, AC Miss Pearl, 2502, exhibited by Jade Skrinjar of East Liverpool, Ohio. In third place, entry number 58, weighing 1,480 pounds, CC Miss Carly Ray, 203K, exhibited by Kix Lee of Gillem, Arkansas. In fourth place, entry number 67, Camille Asmus. In fifth place, entry number 56, Lindsay Franklin. In sixth place, entry number 61, Shelby Pearl. And in seventh, entry number 57, Laurel Clark. Now exhibiting in the Charolais ring is a selection of your intermediate champion female.
Well, another outstanding class here, these purebred Simmental heifer calves, and this pair of heifers here on top, it gets pretty close for me between these two, and it worked out well. I could get them moved up here together to look at them side by side, and I think both these heifers are outstanding in terms of quality. I'll tell you how I see them here. The heifer, I'm choosing to win the class for me. She's one that is just tremendously long-bodied, tremendous in terms of her length. She's really round in terms of her rib cage. She's one that doesn't lack for power when we get around behind her. I think one of her largest advantages over this heifer in second, she's a little more chiseled out when we study her from her chin down into her chest and the way she ties in there at her brisket here at this stage of the game. She's one that maybe just maintains a little more softness and comfortableness in her top line, in her spine when we ask her to get out on the go. This heifer, for as much added power as she's got, I probably wish she had a shot more bone and foot to go with that added power, but I guess for me it's her balance here, her look that gets her to the top of this class. This heifer in second, you can say a lot of the same things about this female. She's one on the standstill here, just tremendous in terms of her depth from her forerib all the way back into her flank. I love the hind leg on this heifer and the way she handles her hock on down to the ground. She's probably the longest striding heifer we've got here in the class today. When we watch her go, she takes just a really long step. For me, it's when we get her out on the go. She's just a little more elevated there in the center of her back. Wants to drop her pins ever so slightly, but still at the end of the day, one that's very maternal in her look, one that's got the substance, the width to her. Very, very nice female young man. This heifer that comes next, this Baldy heifer, she's one that I can tell is just going to make a really low maintenance, easy doing kind of cow on down the road. She's tremendously bold ribbed. She too has got some added stoutness to her in terms of her muscle pattern. When she gets her parked, she gives you a nice look. For me, this one's a little more moderate in her framework. Maybe like to just see a little more size when we project this one on down the road. She's one that maybe doesn't handle her hock and pasterns just quite as good as those two right in front of her, but still extremely functional in the way she handles herself out on the go. Very, very nice female here to go third. This full-faced Baldy heifer here that comes next, boy, I like a lot of things about this one. She's just big and extended. She's big featured in terms of her foot size and her bone work. I like the rib shape this one has as well for the added size that she brings us. We just got to see this one go a little better off her front two when we get her out on the go. She takes a little shorter step off her front two, but when he gets her parked there, I'm telling you, this one just looks like a donor cow, one that you're going to be awfully proud of all the way through her show career and when we get her out into production. Heifer that comes next in terms of look and presence, and one that's just ultra feminine up there about her head and neck. I think that describes this one well. I appreciate her added foot size and bone work as well. We just got to soften this one up some in terms of her depth of body, her rib shape, and just the way she looks when we get her out here amongst the rest of this class. But a lot of quality in that one. I think we give her a little more time to develop and mature. She's sure going to change a lot. Heifer that comes next, she's got a big stout hip in her. She's one that maybe's not as deep centered as some of these others, maybe not quite as square from when we study her from her hooks to her pins, but no doubt one that's long and extended, got some added power to her. This young man coming next year, he's showing the wheels off this heifer, and he's got a nice one here. She maybe gives up a little bit of the look and the flash of some of these others, just some of the genuine dimension all the way through that these heifers that stood above her in class have. But young man, you're doing a good job getting her shown out here. And we round things off here with this heifer, one that's very angular in the way she's put together. She just gives up the power and the bone of them heifers above her today. But once again, outstanding class here in this Simmental show.
And back on the Charlet side, we had a little time there, so I asked the four girls, I said, how many North Americans or Louisvilles have you been to? And 3 out of the 4, this is their rookie year. It was pretty cool. 50th anniversary girls, and the other one, she'd just been to 2. And I don't really care if it's your first year or if it's your 50th year. You get some chills every time you see these green chips and you see how good these cattle are. I hope you girls enjoy your time here at the North American, and I hope you have a lot more in store of you. With that, another good division. I'm going to use the 2 Mayborn females out of this division. They'll be our champion reserve. Let's give them all for a good round of applause, please.
Your intermediate champion, Charlotte female, goes to entry number 60, Oak Ridge Smokin' Monty, 298, exhibited by Kylan Lewis of Salem, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 62, AC Miss Pearl, 2502, exhibited by Jade Scringer of East Liverpool, Ohio. Now entering the ring is class number 9 of your Charlotte Junior females.
And placings over in Class 6 over in your purebred Simmental heifer side are as followed. First place, weighing 979, goes to entry number 64, JSUL Rosie 3103, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe from Fremont, Michigan. And second place in that class, weighing 860 pounds, goes to entry number 60, Camboleo Lola 11B, exhibited by Caleb Reeder of Mason, Michigan. And third place in that class, weighing 886 pounds, goes to entry number 67, LC2 Miss Joy's Mary, exhibited by Charity Moore of Germantown, Ohio. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 62, SNS TSSC She's a Flirt 3042, exhibited by Blake Kismiller of Elk Garden, Wisconsin. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 69, Welsh Miss Olivia L1, exhibited by Graceland Welsh of Bansville, Illinois. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 66, exhibited by Katie Graves of Tipton, Indiana. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 59, exhibited by Aiden Dishfields of Poseyville, Indiana. And eighth place in that class goes to entry number 61, exhibited by Jackson Hooker of Mount Airy, North Carolina. And congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 7 purebred heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from January 30th through January 9th of 2023. Again, now in the ring is Class 7 purebred heifers over in your Simmental Female Show.
Purebred Simmental entry numbers 89 and 99 to the makeup arena. Entry numbers 89 and 99 purebred Simmentals to the makeup arena. First call, Class 10 purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 10 purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 11 Charlays. Second call, Class 11 Charlays.
Don't forget to check out Lindy's Livestock Photography as our official photographer of the 50th Annual North American. If you want to check out the pictures of today's show and throughout the week, all you have to do is go to lindyslivestockphotos.com and check out all the pictures from here in Broadbent and Freedom Hall. Again, we are appreciative of Lindy's Livestock Photography for being our official photographer of this year's show.
a really nice trio of these April-born females. And finally, this heifer that wins the class would relax and cooperate enough. Something about her halter she just doesn't like, or she doesn't like going that way. She likes going that way, and she looks good doing it. That heifer, I think, of this initial trio has the body and balance, quality, and structure to just really tie into pretty quickly, honestly, in my opinion, if she kind of walks and wants to lead and cooperate. I like this heifer in second. She's a little bigger. There's a little more horsepower and stoutness in her. I guess where I like her in comparison to the heifer in third is her shape. She's extremely clean there up over the top of her neck, and then she comes really bold and powerful down through her top and down through the lower part of her body. She's big-hipped, and I think for that power and length and stoutness, she moves adequately, and I'll leave it at that. I would maybe just like to see her a little bit more comfortable, but at the same time, I think there's some neat parts and pieces in that female in terms of her shape and her look and all the things that she does offer. Really basic, real useful heifer here in third. You certainly like in terms of her femininity, her moderation. She's set down better in her front knee and her shoulder than the heifer right in front of her. Female that gets around the ring really nicely. She's a little flatter though as you study her down through her base width and from behind. She wants to kind of hawk in ever so slightly. Good, useful type of female. Heifer coming next in fourth, ran into a tough trio of cattle because she's pretty good to look at from the profile. There's some eye appeal and style about her. She doesn't have the volume though, or the running gear to run with that top end. Another good, useful, kind of big-bodied female. It's moderate and has a lot of doability, and just a little plainer. We finish out the class with some stout cattle, have plenty of muscle, plenty of power. Just like to see them a little better in terms of their structure. Give them a good hand, please.
Well, back here in the Simmental ring, this trio of heifers here on the top of the class, I've heard it said before, and I'll use it here. If we could put all three of these together, we'd have a real heater, because all three of these heifers have a lot of things I like about them. I think they've got a few things we'd like to change as well, but all in all three of these females here on the top end of this class are outstanding. I guess when we sit here and we pick them apart, this female that wins the class for me, she's the one that has just got the most genuine width to her, the most power, the most boldness in terms of her rib shape. She's one that's extremely long-necked and extended all the way through. She's square. Maybe one that at times wants to read maybe a little quicker on down the road, but I think it's her power today. It's her big, long stride when she gets out on the go that brings her to the top of this class for me. This heifer here in second, I really appreciate the maternal look this one has. This female's one for me. When she's out here in the class, she just grows on you the longer we're out here. She's really beautiful and neat up about her head and the way it sets in there on her neck and attaches to the top of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her depth and her rib shape for the maturity this one's at. For me, ultimately, I'd just like to stretch her out a little bit, see her come with just a shot more length of body and just a shot more to her here today when you compare her to that one in front of her, but I think a female that's got a bright future. This red heifer that comes next, this is one big-footed animal here. We study this one right down at the surface from there up. She's probably as big-footed as any we've seen all day. I love the hind leg in this female. I think she's one that's really good when we study her about her rib cage, the way she's designed there. I'd maybe just like to refine her just a little bit about her head and her neck. And when we get around behind her, I'd just like to see this one with a shot more genuine base width to go along with that added feature and bone she's got. But no denying that heifer there is one special individual. Going to be fun to see what she does here on down the road. We roll into a heifer here next that is really well presented. I think this young man's done a good job getting his heifer presented in terms of clipping her and getting her out here. She's one that's really soft when we study her hind leg and her knee. For me, I just need to soften this one up and give her some more rib and depth and softness, and maybe just shorten her head up a little bit there too as well. But I think a female that offers a lot of levelness and neatness in terms of her lines and her look. heifer that comes next, this one's really juvenile when we study her about her head and her neck here. Very youthful. She's got some added foot size and bone to go along with it. I'd like to give this one more depth there through the center of her rib. Just blow her apart some in terms of her rib shape. And if we could do that, I think that makes this one just a little easier doing, and that's what she needs. But a female that's got a lot of goodness to her, a lot of quality. We round things up here with a pair of heifers that's got some added shape, some added muscle. It just comes in a little coarser package. We just need to smoothen these cattle up here some, see them get out and move around the ring a little more comfortably. But another good class here in our Simmental show.
Third and final call, Class 11, Charolais. Third and final call, Class 11, Charolais. This is your second call, Class 10, Purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 10, Purebred Simmentals.
And placings in Class 7 over in your Simmental female show are as followed. First place, weighing 1,047 pounds, goes to entry number 76, JSUL Rosie, 3133L, exhibited by Ellie Walther of Centerville, Indiana. And second place in that class, weighing 870 pounds, goes to entry number 71, Savage Angel 311L, exhibited by Jamie Holben of York, Nebraska. And third place in that class, weighing 908 pounds, goes to entry number 74, TCC4, Flirt Away 79L, exhibited by Justin Teets of Lost River, West Virginia. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 72, MMKWBL, Miss Amber 125L, exhibited by Carson Oliver of Bellevue, Florida. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 70, Bonnet Sensation 128L, exhibited by Adeline Corrigan of Seneca, Illinois. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 202, exhibited by Isabel Timberman of Brainridge, Indiana. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 73, exhibited by James Jackson of Paris, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to those Simmental exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 8 over in your Purebred Simmental Heifer Show. These heifers' date of birth range from January 8th through January 1st, 2023. Again, now in the ring is selection of Class 8.
Results of Class 9 of your Junior Charlet show. In first place, entry number 71, weighing 1,464 pounds, was Boy Kit Kat 245K, exhibited by Maddie Harward of Richfield, North Carolina. In second place, entry number 79, weighing 1,573 pounds, AC Cricket 2207, exhibited by Alyssa Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. In third place, entry number 72, weighing 1,433 pounds, LZ Made You Look 216, exhibited by Anna Link of Rio, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 75, Grace Lemminger. In fifth place, entry number 68, Riley Revels. In sixth place, entry number 78, Reed Naughton. And in seventh place, entry number 73, Hannah Van Hoy. Now exhibiting in the Charlet ring is class number 10. This is your first call, Class 12, Charlet. First call, Class 12, Charlet. Third and final call, Class 10, Purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 10, Purebred Simmentals.
Well, an interesting class here. These past few classes, we've had some big, stout, sound ones to lead off with, and maybe not one that quite fits the mold of what we've had in these other classes in here. But for me, I still think this heifer that wins the class is the highest quality one. This female, she's not the stoutest featured one out here. She's not the biggest boned one, but she is the best structured one. We get this one out on the go, and she moves around the ring as good as you can ask one to. She still puts that good structure together. with a really nice maternal look for me. She's long and extended up front. She's just right in her condition and her maturity for me for one of this age too. And along with that, she's really good ribs. She's got some power and shape to her. That's just a really, really nice kind of female here to start this class off. The heifer in second, when she's on the standstill, she sure catches your eye because this one's long-bodied. She's square-hipped. She's got some added foot size and bone to her as well. As for me, when we get her out on the go, we just got to change this one. She gets a little tighter there in her spine and just wants to roach in her back some. I think if we could relax her there and set her back in the angle to her shoulder and her knee, I think it might change things here in this class. But today, we just need to relax that one a little in her spine out on the go. Heifer that comes next, she's one with some added size. She's one with some added maturity out here. She's got a lot to her in terms of her hip shape. She's more relaxed in her spine and the way she handles that than the heifer in front of her. She's a little stiffer in her hock, though, and we need to change her there, free her up some from her hock on down to the ground. If we could do that, this one would get out and move around the ring a little freer and easier. Female that comes next, one that just kept working her way up because she's so functional and useful in her kind. A female that's got some stoutness to her in terms of her rib shape, in terms of her hip. She's one I'd probably like to tone back a little in her condition here today. She's one that maybe don't have that whistle neck like some of these others do, but if we just want to talk about functional cattle, I think this one certainly has an advantage there amongst the rest of the class. That's why she lands where she does for me. Female that comes next, here's one that's got a little different look. She's maybe a little neater there in her neck. She's got more shape out her hip, and with that shape, we'd probably like to just smoothen it up a little, set her tail head down in her some, and give her just a shot more foot size for the amount of added power she's got. But a female that's certainly got a lot of width, a lot of dimension to her. Another one that's got some added performance and growth out here amongst the rest of the class. Female that comes next, I really like this one in terms of her length, in terms of her front 1/3 and the way her neck ties in. She's probably as deep centered as any we've seen out here today. One that's just got a really maternal look to her. She too is one we'd like to just give her a shot more foot size there at the surface and just see her get out and move with a little more flexibility when we study her about her joint work. But a female, when she gets her parked, you really appreciate. Female that comes next is one that is extremely long-strided. She's extremely sound. For me, I think we just got to power this one up some, give her some more dimension when we study her through her middle third. But if this young lady's doing an awesome job getting her shown out here today, she's got a neat heifer. We round things off here with another one that's got some added look to her. For me, and just like to strengthen her up there in her loin and see her just connect a little neater down her top line. See her use her rear too with a little more flexibility, but one of the deeper classes we've seen all day long in terms of quality.
Pull them around, girls. I like them how they stand. Fantastic class of Charolais females. Tremendous quality, particularly here on the front end, and just a whale of a set of cattle to evaluate and study. It's close between these two, and there's minor differences that I see in them. This heifer that does win the class, though, I think is just smoother built from nose to tail, all the way back down into her rear foot and her ankle. She lays in her shoulder better into her body. She's stronger right in behind her shoulder. I think the condition that they both carry is pretty spot on, and I commend them for keeping them as nice as they have, these two bred females like this. But I think she handles her condition better there through the point of her shoulder. To me, she's more relaxed in the angle of it and how she gets out of it. And when that heifer cocks off, it's undoubtedly, to me, very, very intriguing. I love her body. I love the natural forerib and substance that female is, and she's got a awesome hip and hind leg as she comes to the ground with it. I love this female in second for her actual shape and the turn, the genuine turn that she has, particularly out of her pin set. She's an up-headed female. She's got a ton of length of body and quality there with her. Really, really good. And I think as she gets out here, to me, she just, I don't really know how to else say it, but she just wallers a little bit more out of her front end and her shoulder. Maybe she's just a little tired. I don't know what it is. She just doesn't want to take that front end and that shoulder and get up and go and get that front end out of her when you get set in motion. But I love her shape. I love the condition that she has from her shoulder back, the actual power. Those are two outstanding donor quality females to go 1 and 2 in this class. The heifer here in third, I told the young man as I pulled him in, he's going to raise something out of this female because she is really, really powerful. A female that still hangs on to a lot of balance and look, maybe isn't as dialed in and as maxed out as those two right ahead of him. But you want to talk about a forerib shape, a lower 1/3 while still being really clean chested and massive muscled and awesome in her hip. There's some pieces in that female that a guy or a gal needs to be pretty intrigued about. Young man's heifer in fourth, I wanted to do a little bit more for her because there's some things you like in her because she's pretty trim, she's pretty long, she's pretty extended, and there's some awesome muscle shape and turn in her. She's got a beautiful teat structure sitting underneath her. She's just, to me, just a little, I don't know, a little coarser, a little plainer looking at times, doesn't have quite that smoothness about her, and I'd like to give her a little bit more center. We get on down in this really good class, and I'll bring out 3 of them next that are just deep centered, big bodied, high volume females. To me, they're just a little plainer. They get a little bit more off balance. And on down in this good class, you've got some females that maybe need to be tweaked in their structure, but it's a good class of females. Let's give them all a really big round of applause, and we'll move on.
First call in Class 11, purebred Simmentals. First call in Class 11, purebred Simmentals.
And placings over in your Simmental show in Class 8 are as followed. First place, weighing 933 pounds, goes to entry number 81, BFSC Lovely 2L, exhibited by Garrett Bill of Bloomingburg, Ohio. And second place in that class, weighing 1,039 pounds, goes to entry number 80, SVJ Shayna's Image L43, exhibited by Mackenzie Mankey of Marina, Pennsylvania. Go ahead, Andy.
Well, we're out here to pick you another set of division champions, and well, we've turned the heat up in this division here. We've got 8 females out here that can sure tread in some deep water because you setting up in the stands, I'd say it's pretty fun watching this deal here. We got some heaters out here. This first class winner, a female that come out of a tough class, and all these classes in this division were extremely competitive. A female, when we get her back out here and we compare these 4 to one another, I think this is a female that's got some added look to her. She's one that's got some presence about her front 1/3, one that knows she's good. I think you could say about her, really good when we study her through the center portion of her body in terms of her rib shape and her depth. A female that's got that added power around behind her. Still good when we ask her to get out and go on motion. I think just a very balanced kind of female to win that first class. Heifer out of the second class, one that's very intriguing for me. I think she's one that's got some added length of body to her. One that's got some added power and width when we get around behind her. And to have that kind of power, I think she's one that's still extremely refined up through her front 1/3 about her head and neck. A female that's just got so much length. It's pretty uncommon for one at this age to look that way, and I appreciate that about her. This female out of her third class, one that's just chock full of power, and she come to the top of that class because she was probably the most balanced and powerful and sound one in that class. We get her back out here and we compare her amongst these others. She's maybe not quite as free moving as the 2 in front of her there, or the one behind her, but that's really nitpicking a really, really good stout kind of heifer. Young man's heifer that was in this last class, she come to the top of that class because she was just the soundest one for me. She's one that gives us a really maternal look. Like we said there in class, she probably gives up a shot of power and dimension to these 3 in front of her, but still, all in all, really good class. I'll show you how I like these I'll turn the mic back over to Shane here on the other side.
Third and final call, Class 12, Charolais females. Third and final call, Class 12.
Well, back on the Charolais side, man, it's powerful, it's good, tons of quality in these cattle, and probably taking a little bit of the romance out of this because I'm pretty high on a couple of them, but the other two that are going to get left out of the dance here are still really good. I think you need to commend all four of these young girls and young ladies in this division. Give them a big hand, folks. Outstanding division. Boom, boom. Out of the last class, they'll be our grand and reserve.
And your Division II champion female over in your Simmental side goes to entry number 51, WCCO WST Q's Queen Bee, 21-6L, exhibited by Emma Woodward of Cambridge, Ohio. Congratulations. Your reserve division champion goes to entry number 64. JSUL Rosie, 3103L, exhibited by McKenna Hoppe of Fremont, Michigan. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And finishing up Class 8 results, third place in Class 8, Simmental females, goes to entry number 84, weighing 1009, ANSC Roxy 81OL, exhibited by Allie Simpson of West Union, Ohio. Fourth place in Class 8 goes to entry number 78, HLVW Something About Love 307, exhibited by Jenny Watts of Hardin, Kentucky. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 85, exhibited by Gavin Melton of Mondock, Indiana. Sixth place in Class 8 goes to entry number 83, exhibited by Laney McAllister of Patriot, Indiana. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 79, exhibited by Sadie Jackson of Paris, Kentucky. Eighth place in Class 8 goes to entry number 82, exhibited by Lauren Burkhart of Stanford, Illinois. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 9 purebred heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from December 23rd through November 2nd of 2022. Again, entering the ring over in your Simmental Heifer Show is Class 9 purebred heifers.
Second call, Class 11, purebred Simmental. Second call, Class 11, purebred Simmentals. Your Class 10 results of your Junior Charolais Show. In first place and also your champion junior female goes to entry number 90, L-Man Miss Shelley, 251K, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. In second place and also your reserve champion goes to entry number 91, weighing 1,689 pounds, Weiss Callie, 12K, exhibited by Jenna Tauk of Pearl, Iowa. In third place, entry number 82, weighing 1,567 pounds, Hinshaw Miss Watt, K31, exhibited by Levi Hinshaw of Secor, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 81, Kix Lee. Fifth place, entry number 83, Evan Polinsky. In sixth place, entry number 85, Andrew Chapman. Seventh place, entry number 89, Briley Miller. In eighth place, entry number 84, Brody Burke. In ninth place, entry number 86, Ella Robbins. 10th place, entry number 88, Catherine No. And 11th place, entry number 93, Isaac DeBusk.
Back on the Charolais side, I think a very commanding class winner, super big-bodied female that's got a lot of good to her, a lot of quality. Study her there. We'll get her back out here in another division. I think we've got one more class yet to go. We'll see kind of where she sets up, but she motors right through this one. The challenge is what you're going to run in second and kind of the sort between second through fourth. And I think the young lady's heifer here that ends up there just has a little bit more of the look, the shape, the turn, the body, and hangs on to enough structure to call her my second place female. Pretty good heifer in her own right, just ran up against a pretty tough one. Female here in third, you certainly like her body and her volume, doability that she has. She's just a little plain. I'd like to clean her up maybe in her chest and just through her front end. But a nice female, I think, turned out, should freshen up all right for her. And then we finish up with a female here in fourth. Young man does a good job out here. Pretty good stick, long-bodied, extended female, just a little flatter as you get off to the side of her, but a good class.
Third and final call, Class 11 Purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 11 Purebred Simmentals. Your Class 11 results of your Junior Charlet show: in first place, entry number 95, weighing 1,652 pounds, GRDT Miss Charlotte 223K, exhibited by Landry Tibbetts of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. In second place, entry number 94, weighing 1,443 pounds, SC Lily 5K, exhibited by Isabella Stanfield of Seymour, Indiana. In third place, entry number 98, weighing 1,574 pounds, WGB Lucy Joe 214, exhibited by Addison Dobbs of Portland, Michigan. In fourth place, entry number 99, Micah Nunn. Now entering the ring is class number 12 of your Charlet females.
incredible class of these January females, I believe is what they are. It's what the ring help told me. Outstanding set of quality. The freshness, the look, the style, the build is definitely in the young man's heifer that wins the class. I love her from that shoulder back, her hip and hind leg presence. She's wanting to hold her tail just a little bit out here, but this female's rib shape and her turn, the quality and the rig that they have her in is just unrivaled, I think, in this particular class. I love her back leg and her hind leg, how she plants it from the profile, and there's some real turn and shape in this female when you get her out. A really, really intriguing heifer to add into the mix for this division. Female in second, very highly presented, a little softer hair coat on her, and definitely more body and lower 1/3 in her. I appreciate the extra bone, substance, and power this heifer has. I just need to free her up a little bit. I think she's just a little choppier in terms of her stride. You make this one a cat out on the move, and then it becomes real intriguing, I think, in this class. But that's where I would change her ever so slightly. A really, really high-quality female. Heifer in third gets there in terms of her movement and her structure, just the basic usefulness of a female that hangs on to some femininity, and I think that's important. She's heavy bred, and she's starting to show some signs of calf. I like that in this heifer. She's moderate in her size and just extra athletic in terms of her structure, just not quite the bells and whistles to run with that top cut, in my opinion. The power and substance is real in the heifer going out the gate right now. I love her rib shape and the turn to her. Again, structurally, this heifer just needs to be freed up. I'd like to clean her up there in her condition, but I love her power. She's as good shaped as any of them that we've had here in the ring. Interesting heifer next in this lineup, and that just shows you how good this class is. I love the power, the bone, the hip and hind leg quality that you get in this female. She's one of those ones that just shoots that neck right out of her shoulder. She's blessed with a ton of power. I would clean her up and change her in her head. She needs to have a more feminine jawline and just shape of that head. Take her down into her chest floor, and just how that whole front end's assembled needs to be more ladylike, in my opinion. Female here next in the lineup, tons of power and volume and performance, stout and good. I'm going to leave it with that and not rough her up, because this is an outstanding class of females. Give them a big hand. Nice job.
Well, what a class here on this purebred Simmental ring. Boy, I had to scratch my head a little bit here when we got on down, because we've got some heifers way on down on the rail over there that would have won some classes earlier today. And unfortunately, I'm just out here to rank them, so don't think I don't like your heifer if you're not quite up where you wanted to be, because this is just an outstanding class. This pair of heifers here on top, both are pretty darn good in my mind, and I think they're heifers that are similar in terms of their build. This young man here, though, in this pink shirt, this one to me is just one that puts together a lot of good pieces. We've had a lot of cattle I've picked here today that have been long-bodied, and this one checks that mark for me. Still very maternal in her look. She's awesome ribbed, really good from her forerib back into her flank. Extremely sound when we get her out on the go, and her biggest advantage over this red heifer that stands second here behind her, she's just a little fresher, neater up there about her neck. This one's so refined up front to still have that kind of dimension through the rest of her. That's a very nice female here to win this class. This red one, when she walked in, I knew we had a heater here too, because this one's probably as three-dimensional, but yet still as square and smooth as you can make one to put this kind of power and dimension in. It starts down at the ground on this one too for me. She's big-footed, she's big bone. She gets out and moves around the ring with a big long stride. Tremendous in terms of her rib shape. When you compare to that heifer, though, that wins the class, she reads a little more moderate for me. She's probably carrying just a nickel more condition than what she needs to still look like she does. But that's an awesome pair there to start this class. I think the heifer that goes third fits the same mold in terms of her kind, in terms of her build. She's still attractive up front. I like the way her neck ties into her shoulder. she's one that's tremendous in terms of her depth to still be as fresh in her condition as she is. And I think she's a little fresher than those two. It probably works to her disadvantage somewhat, just in terms of her dimension, her overall power when we get around behind her. She's one that maybe doesn't flex her hock and pastern quite as nicely as the two in front of her, but still extremely functional in that regard. Awesome female to go third. Young man's heifer that comes next here, boy, she's an outlier in this class in terms of her kind. Extremely wide based, and just chock full of power when we talk about muscle shape. Still maintains that with a really nice maternal look up front. For me, maybe like to just freeing her up a little bit when we get her out on the go. She's not wanting to cooperate the best form here today, but her look and power still land her where she needs to be in this class for me. One that's completely different from the one in front of her that comes here next. She's got some added frame size, some added extension. I like that about her. I think she's still attractive, still maternal in her look. She's probably gives up some of the depth and just the overall softness through her rib cage of them two above her. Doesn't handle her hind leg with quite as much comfort from her hock down to the ground as what I'd like to see. Heifer that comes next, just extremely functional in her kind. She's not the wildest looking one out here. She's not the most attractive, but I tell you what she is. She's extremely sound and long-strided. She's maternal in her look. She's a little more moderate and just gives up some of the punch and power to them ones that were in front of her. We roll into a red heifer here next that I tell you what is just really, really good kind of cattle. She's one that's long-bodied and square-hipped and got some shape and turn to her lower rib. She's not as neat on the top side of her neck or down into her throat and chest floor as what these other heifers that stood above her are. And you're just in deep water here in this class, because I think this female here is one that could sure win a lot of shows. She just gets outclassed a little bit here within this particular one. Heifer that comes next, we want to talk about one that's wide-based and just chock full of just genuine width and power when we get around behind her. That's this girl here. Still maintains some attractiveness with it. I'd like to change her structurally and relax her in her spine, see her get out and move just a little freer and easier. This one that comes next, I tell you what, she's awfully good, and you probably, when you left home, you didn't think you'd be standing here, but that's one that is super attractive. She's really square-hipped. She just needs some more body, some more freedom off those rear two in relation to the rest of the class. We round things up here with a heifer that's really angular in her kind. She just gives up some power, some dimension to the rest of the class, but outstanding class here in this fall division.
Well, we wrap up the way we started with an awesome calf division, and we've got an awesome junior yearling division here. A set of females that are really, really competitive. The young people are really doing a good job of showing them and getting them presented in a very, very competitive way. There was one that really hit me right, and I like what she stands for. I love her quality, and then we'll finish up with a reserve. But you've been very good today as a crowd, and some cheerleaders for these young people. Put your hands together one more time in this division. Awesome job, young people. This will be our division champion right in front of me. Congratulations, young man. And I'm going to use this little boy here for reserve.
Third and final call, Class 12, Purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 12, Purebred Simmentals. Results of Class 12 of your Junior Charlet show. In first place, and also your champion senior female, goes to entry number 105, weighing 1,615 pounds, Boy H.L. Danica, 200K, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Your second place goes to entry number 104, weighing 1,664 pounds, BDCC AGRF White Claw, 128K, exhibited by Alexis Miley of Huntington, Pennsylvania. In third place, entry number 102, weighing 1,602 pounds, WC Katniss, 2109, exhibited by Reagan Dunn of Concoctorin, Pennsylvania. In fourth place, entry number 100, Sarah Sullivan. In fifth place, entry number 101, Mackenzie Neal. In sixth place, entry number 103, Levi Henshaw. Your reserve champion senior Charlet female goes to entry number 95, GRDT Miss Charlotte 223K, exhibited by Landry Tibbetts of Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Now entering the ring is a selection of your champion overall Charolais heifer.
And over in your Simmental Purebred Heifer Show, placings in Class 9 are as followed. First place, weighing 1,115 pounds, goes to entry number 92, JSUL Rosie 2637K, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. And second place in that class, weighing 1,003 pounds, goes to entry number 96, JSUL TSSC Red Rosie 2621K, exhibited by Callie Baldwin of Winchester, Indiana. Third place in that class goes to entry number 89, weighing 904 pounds, JSUL Rosie 2632K, exhibited by Kylie Gardner of Almond, Wisconsin. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 93, Bobby 21K, exhibited by Wyatt Lou Allen of Adamsville, Ohio. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 99, STCC Lila SCT 157K, exhibited by Addison Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Sixth place in that class goes to entry number 94, exhibited by Tyler Albany of Wanagota, Oklahoma. Seventh place in that class goes to entry number 97, exhibited by Megan Brown of Greenville, Texas. And eighth place in that class goes to entry number 87, exhibited by Mackenzie Stadmiller of Dayton, Pennsylvania. And ninth place in that class goes to entry number 95, exhibited by Lillian Ewinger of Chespes, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And now entering the ring is Class 10 purebred heifers over in your Simmental show. Again, now entering the ring is Class 10 purebred Simmental heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from October 25th through October 3rd of 2022. Over in your Simmental show, we do have some Simmental Junior board members here with us today, right here in Broadbent Arena, helping work the cattle in the ring. If you could join me in giving your Simmental Junior board members a round of applause for being with us today.
Been an outstanding show, and I've enjoyed sorting through it. We've had quality, numbers have been solid, but the quality has been exceptional, and so I commend you, young people, for your projects. I commend you as parents and families. We've taken a little more time and spots out here, but $25 bag of feed and the labor and fuel and the time and expense it takes, by golly, we can take a few more minutes and seconds out here because it's worth every penny, in my opinion. These green chips are special to a lot of us. There's so much history here at the North American, and the quality of livestock is synonymous with the North American, and it has been for a long, long time. The other thing that I'm very proud of is to stand out here on Veterans Day in front of you and be able to talk and give my opinion. And so all of you veterans that have served our great country, I want you to stand, be recognized. It's a special deal to be here with your family and cheer them on. And I had several of our family was in different wars, and I appreciate the service, and I'm thankful that we can do this and still be out in this great country. And I truly believe it is a great country because of the people that are in this building. And we can do a lot of good things. We stay positive and keep working hard. It's going to turn, and it's going to turn for the better if we stay grounded in our values and our core beliefs. And I truly believe that. Enough with that. I'm not going to go back through and address these cattle. The only thing I'm going to tell you is that they're exceptional. I've enjoyed every ounce of this show, and I'm going to pick you a couple of really, really good females. Put your hands together. I've enjoyed it. Congratulations to all these young people.
And your grand champion Charolais female goes to entry number 90, Elman Miss Shelley, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa.
Well, another outstanding class here in this Simmental show, and a heifer that's going to win this class that fits the mold of a lot of things we've done all day. I think a female that's got some added look and presence up front, combined with just a lot of mass in terms of her rib shape and her hip, one that's still plenty free moving when we ask her to get out and go. She's one that's a notch more moderate among the rest of this class, but I think in terms of her positives, she puts together the most of them in a nice, complete kind of package. This heifer that comes next here, when he gets her stopped, you've got to look at this one because she's so neat about her head and her neck and the way she ties in there. The presence that creates for this heifer is outstanding. She's one that's big-ribbed. She's long. She's got some added power and performance. For me, where I'd like to change this one, though, is when we get her out on the go. She wants to duck her pin some. Wants to swing those rear two outside herself a little bit, but I still like her look. I still like her power. This heifer that comes next, for me, is one that's awfully good in terms of quality as well. a female that's got some presence to her. She's extremely good down her top line and out her hip. She's good when we ask her to get out and go. When we compare to those two right in front of her, maybe not quite as neat up through her chin and down into her brisket there is what those two were. A female that probably doesn't have just that center mass of those two, but I think she's still got plenty for me. I really like the shape she has to her rib cage. I like the power she brings to us out here today. This female that comes next here is one that on the standstill certainly demands your attention as well. She's one that's really refined and feminine about her head. The way it sets there on her neck is just outstanding in terms of her look. She's good down her spine and out her hip when she gets her park there. We study her underline. You like her in that area as well. She just gets a little stiffer off both ends of her skeleton when we get her out on the go. I've just got to see this one get out and take a little longer stride to match the quality she has everywhere else. This red one that comes next is one that grows on you the longer she's out here. I think a female that's really level and square at her hip. She's one that's maybe just a little shorter bodied and not as free when we get her out on the go as some of these others, but one that's a nice cow prospect this young man's brought us. The female that comes next, I really appreciate this one in terms of her structure and her movement when we get her out on the go. She just falls into a really tough class here, and we compare to them ones in front of her, just gives up some of the mass and the power and the size that those cattle have. We round things up here with one that does have some mass and power and genuine width. She's just a little coarser in her joint work off those hind two, just doesn't get out and move quite as free as what I want her to, but another extremely, extremely competitive class in this fall division.
Congratulations to your reserve grand champion. Charlotte female goes to entry number 91. Weiss Cali 12K, exhibited by Jenna Talak of Parole, Iowa.
And placings in Class 10 over in your Simmental show are as followed. First place, weighing 1075, goes to entry number 103, JSUL TSSC Rosie 2620, exhibited by Taylor Poff of Carbon, Ohio. And second place in that class, weighing 1118, goes to entry number 107, JSUL Special Rosie 2508K, exhibited by Brexton Gabriel of Edison, Ohio. And third place in that class, weighing 966, goes to entry number 127, FBFS K520K, exhibited by Aaron Roxrod of Lockin, Texas. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 101, SBC Forever Lady 797K, exhibited by Carly Notzel of Epworth, Iowa. And fifth place in that class goes entry number 104, Three Aces Cherry Bomb K932, exhibited by Eli Mundy of Speedwell, Tennessee. Sixth place in Class 10 goes to entry number 102, exhibited by Paisley Nelson of Platte City, Missouri. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 106, exhibited by Porter Beck of Edison, Ohio. Congratulations to those Simmental exhibitors.
The other piece of the North American that's special in these junior shows is the bred-known female selection, and it's certainly something that's important to me and my young family, and we're participating as much as we can in the bred-known shows in our respective breeds, and it just means something a little bit deeper when you drag one that you've calved and raised, and it just means more to the whole crew. Deep down, and you just have that special bond. And so I want to congratulate all these young people for bringing their cattle here, competing, and a lot of these cattle were very strong in their respective classes and divisions. And so let's give our bred-known exhibitors a big, big hand. Appreciate the North American honoring these young people.
And your champion bred and owned Charolais female goes to entry number 105, Boy H.L. Danica, 200K, exhibited by Carter Hogue of Good Hope, Illinois. Once again, congratulations all Charolais exhibitors. Thank you once again for joining us here at the 50th North American here in Louisville.
And back over in your Simmental side, now entering the ring is Class 11 purebred heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from September 22nd through September 1st of 2021. Again, now in the ring is Class 11 purebred heifers in your Simmental female show.
Third and final call, Class 13 purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 13 Simmentals. First call, Class 14. First call, Class 14 Simmentals. Once again, third and final call, Class 13 Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 13 Simmentals. First call, Class 14 purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 14 purebred Simmentals.
Well, a really good pair here to start this class off, and they were on opposite ends of the class when they come in. I thought it was pretty close, and it's still pretty close when we get them up there side by side, but I like both these females a great deal, and I guess when we break it down, the one that's going to win your class here for me, one that's probably just got a little more presence to her about her front 1/3. She's one that I really like the rib shape this one has when we get around behind her and in front of her and view her at that angle. She's got a big stout hip in her. I think she's really good right down at the ground as well, the way she transitions from her pastern down into her foot. She's one that when we analyze these two side by side, she's just got a little more center body, a little more presence for me. That's why she wins this class. I really like the heifer in second as well, and I think she's got the advantage in terms of length. I think she's one that just is really smooth in the way she's put together. She's sound when we get her out on the go. I'd just like to give her a shot more rib shape in terms of the spring to her lower rib and the depth right there through the center portion of it. But other than that, I think this one here is extremely, extremely good, and the look, the quality, and just the balance she brings to us here in this class. Female that comes next, I think on the stand still fits the mold of a lot of these cattle I've used all day in terms of one still having some look to her with some power and dimension to go along behind it. For me, when we get this one out on the go, she's just a little more timid in the way she handles herself off her feet and legs. I think her angles read good. She's just not as comfortable and free when this young lady gets her out here and leads her around the ring. This big stout red one coming next, there's no denying this one's just chock full of power and performance and length. If you like them big hipped and stout and red, I think this might be one of your favorite ones to come through the ring. For me, I'd like to just change her structurally as well. She's a little more forward in the angle to her knee. She just doesn't handle those front two quite as good because of that. But all in all, that's a really stout, powerful heifer. Certainly got a place in a breeding program. From there, we move into a female that I think's got some quality as well. She's really feminine about her head and neck. She's got a big top and a big hip in her. With that added power, maybe not quite as smooth in the way she transitions all the way through. But all in all, I feel like this one's still got some quality. Just gives up a little bit of the smoothness, a little bit of the power in terms of that hind leg to the ones that stand in front of her. A more moderate kind of female coming next here. I appreciate that about her because I think this one's going to be low maintenance when we get her out in terms of the cow herd, making a brood cow. She probably gives up a little bit of the look and the neatness up through her front 1/3. Certainly gives up some foot size and bone and power, if we want to call it that, in that aspect. Still really wide when we get around behind her. I just like to neaten her up and give her a shot more foot. We'll round things off here with a heifer that's really balanced when he gets her parked on the profile. Just like to set her tail head down in her some. Just give her a shot more size and power amongst the rest of our class. But, folks, this has been an outstanding division here. I'm looking forward to getting these class winners back out here.
And placings in Class 11 over in your Simmental show are as followed. First place, weighing 1181, goes to entry number 108, JSUL Mary 2506, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. And second place in Class 11 goes to entry number 116, weighing 1225, goes to entry number 116, WHF Andy 369K, exhibited by Shelley Grillman of Goodale, Iowa. And third place in that class goes to entry number 113, weighing 1171, WHF Delilah 456K, exhibited by Anna Lawrence Allen of Versailles, Kentucky. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 112, JSUL Something Extra 2564, exhibited by Brady Applegate of Ewing, Kentucky. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 11, FSSR Sparrow, exhibited by Seth Callison of Verona, Missouri. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 115, BCR Erica 227K, exhibited by Saley Conrad of Dover, Florida. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 114, exhibited by Nathan Rush of Douglas, Georgia. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in the ring is the selection of your Division III female.
We're not going to waste any time here on this division. We've sorted through a lot of cattle, and we've got a lot left to go through, I do believe. But I'm more surprised every time we start a new division. I think the quality gets a little better all day long thus far, and it's going to be fun to see if that trend continues. Not quite as many numbers in this fall division as those calves, but the quality, boy, it's sure there. This heifer that wins your first class here, for me, one that puts together just a lot of good pieces. She's one that's got some added length and extension all the way through. Sure don't give up any rib shape, any power, any width, or any structure to go along with it. One that's so good in terms of her condition. She's fresh. We showed a lot of these falls back in the day, and it's kind of hard sometimes. These falls get in a weird stage at this time of year, but this one right here, boys, is spot on. I think she's right where she needs to be in that regard in terms of condition and her management. We had a really, really good second out of that class as well. You can see there that was just chock full of power, so three-dimensional in her look and kind as well. this heifer out of our second class, she come to the top of that class because she was pretty balanced. And I think that still rings true out here. She's not the longest necked one. She's not the biggest one out here amongst these three class winners, but she's still one that you have to appreciate for her balance in terms of her dimension of her rib cage, her power. She's one that maybe is carrying more condition than the two on the ones either side of her here, but still I think it's in check. One that's just a really, really complete kind of individual to win that second class. The heifer out of this third class, we get her back out here, and she's one that's chock full of quality. She's long-bodied, she's long-necked. I appreciate the freshness this one comes to us, the condition she's in as well. You know, you compare her to these two in front of her, maybe not quite the foot size and bone work under her, but I think from there up, she's one that really matches those two in front of her in that aspect. I like the rib shape, the lower rib this one has when we get around behind her as well. Folks, this has been an outstanding division. I'll show you the way I like them here, but let's give them a round of applause first.
And your Division III champion goes to entry number 92 at JSUL Rosie 2637, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. Congratulations. And your Reserve Division champion goes entry number 96, JSUL TSS Red Rosie 2621, exhibited by Callie Baldwin of Winchester, Indiana. Congratulations to those Simmental exhibitors. We're now ready for Class 12 purebred heifers to be making your way into the ring. Again, we are ready for Class 12 over in your Simmental female show. These heifers' date of birth range from July 5th through June 9th of 2022. Again, now entering the ring is Class 12. Excuse me, we will be selecting your Division III Bred Known champion. Again, we will be selecting your Division III Bred Known champion first before Class 12.
Second call, Class 14, purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 14, purebred Simmentals.
And your Division III Bred Known champion goes to entry number 113, WHF Delilah 456K, exhibited by Anna Lawrence Allen of For Sales, Kentucky. Congratulations. And Simmental breeders and exhibitors, don't forget about the Simmental sale held in New Market Hall this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Again, don't forget about the sale held in New Market Hall at 4 o'clock.
Third and final call, Class 14, purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 14. First call, Class 1, 2, and 3 AOBs. First call, Class 1, 2, and 3 AOB females.
We're now ready for Class 12 purebred heifers over in your Simmental show. Again, we are ready for Class 12. These heifers' date of birth range from July 5th through June 9th of 2022.
Second call, Class 1, 2, and 3 AOBs. Second call, Class 1, 2, and 3. Third and final call, Class 14, purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 14, purebred Simmentals.
Well, the smallest class I've seen today, and I was ready for it. I have no lie to tell about that, but the quality didn't let off. This female that's going to win our class here, one that puts a lot of good pieces together. She's one that's got some added presence and some added look about her head and neck there. Doesn't sacrifice any body or rib shape or power to go along with it. And when we get her out on the go, I think she's one that's still extremely good in the way she travels around the ring. She's long strided. She's got some base width to go along with it. Nice heifer. Heifer in seconds, the most like her in terms of her look and her power through her rib cage. This one's big bodied, a lot of spring to that lower rib. She maybe doesn't have just the power in terms of her foot size and bone work to go along with the rest of the power she's got. When we get her out on the go, I think she's relatively free strided, just gets a little narrower tracking than maybe what I'd like to see in one like this. But that's a nice female that goes second. Heifer that comes third is one with some added size, some added framework. She's got a big stout hip in her, probably a little coarser over the top side of her neck and outer tail head, maybe just not the balance in terms of her lines of the two that stand in front of her. We round things off here with one that's got some added power and punch. It just comes in a little coarser package, a female that maybe doesn't blend quite as smoothly, one that just doesn't get out and take a long a stride and just not quite as comfortable in her joint work is what I'd like to see, but a good class here to start off a new division.
Third and final call, Class 1, 2, and 3 AOBs. Third and final call, Class 1, 2, and 3 AOBs.
And placings in Class 12 over in your purebred Simmental Heifer show are as followed. First place, weighing 1253, goes to entry number 117, TL Miss Ellie 131K, exhibited by Marcy Harwood of Richfield, North Carolina. And second place goes to entry number 120, weighing 1307, HVNR Roxanne K5, exhibited by Ronnie Allen of Quincy, Illinois. And third place in that class, weighing 1268, goes to BWWF Miss Black Beauty, exhibited by Brenna Weiner of Hanover, Indiana. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 118, PFK Carla 60K, exhibited by Abby Wolbach of Smithville, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring is Class 13 purebred heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from May 20th through May 2nd of 2022. Again, in the ring now is Class 13 purebred heifers. I would like to take this time to reintroduce your judge for today over in your Simmental show, Mr. Andy Higgins. Andy is a native of Auburntown, Tennessee, where he manages his family's herd of 100 Chianis and Angus cows, along with being heavily involved in his family's real estate and auction company. Their family-based operation focuses on providing quality seed stock and show cattle. They exhibit cattle nationally and market their cattle through 2 online sales yearly, along with private treaty sales on the farm. He is active in the American Chiania Association, where he was honored as the 2015 ACA Herdsman of the Year and is past board member director. Andy is a 2009 graduate of Middle Tennessee State University, where he received his degree in agribusiness. Andy's judging resume includes the National Junior Angus Show, Cattlemen's Congress, Atlantic National, along with numerous other state fairs and shows across the United States. If you could join me in giving Mr. Andy Higgins another round of applause for being here with us today.
First call, Class 15, purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 15, purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 4 and 5 AOB. First call, Class 4 and 5 AOB. Attention in the barns. The Simmental sale scheduled for today will begin at 5 o'clock. Once again, the Simmental sale to begin at 5 p.m. this evening in the Newmarket Hall. Second call, Class 4 and 5 AOB. Second call, Class 4 and 5 AOB. Second call, class 15, purebred Simmental. Second call, class 15. Is your first call, class 16, purebred Simmental's first call, class 16.
Well, the quality hasn't let off the gas any here. I think just another outstanding class, and here at the top end, I think it's pretty deep. This female that's going to win for me, though, puts together the most good pieces. I think when we analyze her in terms of a maternal look, still very attractive about her head, really nice over the top side of her neck, opens up into a big rib cage, plenty of power for me. When we get her out on the move, I think she's extremely comfortable in the way she handles her skeleton out on the go. She is probably pushing a little more forward there in her brisket than what's ideal, but it don't bother me because this one's so good everywhere else. Her balance is what's going to get her to the top of the class for me here today. This female that comes next, when we got them on the standstill, man, this is a powerhouse. She reads with just so much stoutness of feature, and it starts right up front there. She opens up into a big rib cage. She's big, stout hip, big boned, beautiful hind leg on this one. For me, I'd just like to change the way she handles her front two out of her shoulder. She just wants to paddle a little more out of those front two when we get her out on the go. But, man, that's a powerful cow, one that's extremely good in her lines and just a lot of mass and dimension to that one. This one that comes next doesn't have maybe that mass that the front two have, but this female here is one that's sure long, extended, and just angular in her kind. She's neat and fresh in her condition, good in terms of her rib cage. For me, even though she's extremely long-strided, when we get her out on the go, she just wants to reach a little more, maybe not quite as flexible in the way she handles herself to be that long-strided, but nevertheless, that's a very good female, one that's extremely maternal in her look. We roll into this baldy heifer here next that's just absolutely chock full of power. She's big ribbed, she's big hipped. For me, we got to change this one, though, when we get her out on the go. Just a little more up right there in the angle to her shoulder and doesn't want to get out and reach. I'd maybe just like to tone her down a little bit in terms of her size and scale for a May. That's going to make a big cow here on down the road, but no doubt that one's very powerful. The two females that come next here are quite opposite of the one that stands right directly in front of them. These females are a little more moderate in their kind, and I don't mind that. That's not a negative out here today. This one, as maternal as she looks, as neat and smooth as she is about her head and neck. She's still good ribbed, good boned. For me, she wants to get a little rounder when we study her out her hip and the way her tail head lays into her there. Maybe one that just doesn't have the power than ones in front of her when we get around behind her. This female that comes next for me is one that kind of worked her way up some here. When she gets her part, this one gives you a very balanced look. She's very feminine about her head and neck. She's big hipped. She's one that when we get her out on the go, I'd like to see her get out and take a longer stride out of those front two, just a little straighter shouldered. Gets a little waistier back there in her flank as well. We'd just like to neaten her underline up some. The female that comes next, another one that's chock full of power. She's probably got as much genuine width and power as any in the class, just a little more rigid in her structure. I'd just like to see her get out and move a little freer, be a little more laid back there in the angle to her shoulder. The red heifer next, one that's certainly stout-featured, maybe just not quite the dimension when you actually get around behind her, when you study her compared to the rest of the class. And we round things off here with one that's sure enough long-bodied, really extended in that aspect, just not quite as smooth, just not quite the balance that those heifers in front of her have.
Our first class of AOB females here, we have I think a pretty commanding class winner, and we start into these Aprils here, a heifer that very highly presented, female that's got a ton of rib shape and substance width to her, and I particularly like the female better in terms of the substance of bone or hip and hind leg quality. It's just more athletic, particularly as you study them from behind. Young man's heifer in second, certainly really clean-necked, a nice shape to her. Female that's maybe just a little shorter bodied at times and gets a little bit more restricted there off of her back too. Young man's low percent he's got here coming out next, the semi here, long bodied, really extended. Female that just needs more time. She's pretty sound in the big scope of things. She just needs to catch up to her legs and body down and just fill out, I think she will, and be a nice project for him. The yellow heifer coming out next here in fourth, you certainly like in terms of her shape. She's very strong in her top line and good in that regard. Female that just needs more doability and substance about her.
Third and final call, Class 15, purebred Simmental's third and final call, Class 15. Second call, Class 16, purebred Simmental's second call, Class 16. This is your third and final call, Class 4 and 5 AOB. Third and final call, Class 4 and 5 AOB. Results of Class 1 of your junior AOB females. In first place, entry number 2, weighing 698 pounds, was exhibited by Caitlin Hockemeyer of Columbia City, Indiana. In second place, entry number 6, weighing 559 pounds, BCR Miss Myra, exhibited by Devin Bynes of Valparaiso, Nebraska. In third place, entry number 88, weighing 732 pounds, exhibited by Hunter Ernest of Martinsville, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 22, exhibited by Marissa Shirley of Greentown, Indiana.
Here in this summer division, only a couple classes, but sure enough, good ones out here to keep the train rolling on quality in this Simmental show. That first class winner there, a female that when we get her back out here, they're still don't deny the presence this one has when we study her there about her front 1/3. I think a female that is so up-headed, ears are always forward, and she just gives you that look that demands your attention. She's one that's stout-hipped. I think this heifer's really good when we ask her to get out and go. When we get her back out here, though, and compare her to these two behind her, maybe not quite the center body, not quite the flank that these heifers behind her have, and I'd probably like to see this one have a shot more there. But nevertheless, I think a summer-born female that sure got a good look to her, a lot of quality, still a contender here in this division. This female out of her second class is one that's just so maternal in her look, but still got the power and punch to go with it. Really good when we study her there about her underline, not only in the way it blends, but we get around behind her, and there's a lot of shape in terms of her lower rib to this female here. A female that, maybe pushes out a little more in her brisket there than the heifer that's right in front of her. I don't think it's because she's any fatter than the one in front of her. I just think it's how she's made. So, we talk about that. It probably throws her balance off a little, but still there's so much power to this one, so much completeness. That's an awfully good female. We had some good seconds here in this division as well. I'll show you the way I like them. Folks, let's give them a hand right quick here before I do it.
Pair of senior calves here on the AOB side, and this young lady's percentage red Angus heifer is certainly really nice. I think her skeleton and how she's built at the ground is so much more flexible, particularly off of her hip and hind leg, and then she's the heifer that's overwhelming in terms of her body and volume and mass. Female coming next in second, the blaze-faced heifer, low percent sim. You certainly like the sharpness and the femininity she has in her front 1/3. Maintains a lot of length from there on back. Heifer's just a little more refined at the ground and just a little straighter in terms of her stride, but a good pair of heifers here in this division.
Third and final call, Class 16, purebred Simmental's. Third and final call, Class 16, purebred Simmental's.
And placings in Class 13 over in your Simmental Heifer show are as followed. First place and automatic Division 4 champion goes to entry number 132. Rockin' P, Built to Love, K067, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. And second place in Class 13 and automatic reserve division champion goes to entry number 122. JWC KC2 Vicky 278K, exhibited by Owen Winslinger of Fort Madison, Iowa. And third place in Class 13 goes to entry number 126, BCII SCM Miss W10K, exhibited by Rob Oakley of Livingston, Tennessee. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 135, FSCI Crystal Gale K225, exhibited by Andrew Lyle of Jefferson, Ohio. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 131, TK Lexi, exhibited by Ty Coach Zero of St. Charles, Iowa. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 124, exhibited by Delaney Bates of Subiwang, Michigan. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 125, exhibited by Bella Watermouth of Grainville, Ohio. And eighth place in that class goes to entry number 134, exhibited by Isabel Smithson of Whitehall, Maryland. And ninth place in that class goes to entry number 133, exhibited by Kelsey Sedgwick of Sheridan, Indiana. Congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in the ring is class 14 of your Simmental Heifer show. These heifers' date of birth range from April 22nd through April 1st of 2022. Again, now in the ring is class 14 purebred heifers.
Entry number 29 of your junior AOB is to the makeup arena immediately. Entry number 29 to the makeup arena. Result of class number 2 of your junior AOB show. In first place, entry number 9, XTB Little Red Wagon, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. In second place, entry number 2, weighing 954 pounds, HMR Black Barbie 2208, exhibited by Dustin Brannon of Sylvania, Georgia.
Really nice class of females here, and the yellow heifer I think is just heads up fresher, nicer to look at from the profile. I like how she handles her condition better up through her front end. She's sounder in the angle of her shoulder and her knee. Really a beautiful shape that sets in her. She's maybe not as big-bodied and as overwhelming in terms of her volume as the heifer in second, but I still think she's got more than enough. She's just more comfortable in how she gets around the ring. The white underline heifer certainly is massive and has a ton of power and dimension there in her. She just needs to use her hock more athletically for me, and then I think it becomes more of a discussion on the top end. The blue roan heifer coming out next here in third. Really nice boned heifer, has a lot of top and thickness in her. She gets a little round for me. I'd like to drop her down in her flank and give her a little bit more doability. Female coming out next, the red heifer, certainly long-bodied. She has more length and femininity to her. I appreciate her in that regard. I don't know if she's an upgrade in terms of her structure, and then she's the heifer that just gets a little flat personally for me and just needs to be better in that regard.
First call, Class 17, purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 17, purebred Simmentals. Purebred Simmental entry numbers 174, 175, and 179 to the makeup arena immediately. Your class is getting ready to enter the ring. Once again, Purebred Simmental entry number 174, 175, and 179 to the makeup arena. Second call, Class 17, Purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 17.
Really good class here to judge. This yellow heifer is really commanding in terms of her presence and just the amount of quality she has up through her front 1/3. Really nice conditioned heifer that still has a beautiful shape to her rib. Really like how she comes back into her lower 1/3, and she's really sound and nice out on the move. A very, very commanding heifer to go ahead and tie into in this class. The heifer in second, certainly like the feature, the body, the volume, the substance in her. She's a heifer that has a world of doability, and I think that's what keeps her above the other cattle in this class relative to her class winner. She probably just needs to be freshened up ever so slightly and cleaned up. She's not as striking, but a really nice cow. The female coming out here in third, really powerful heifer in terms of her rib shape, the thickness, and the top. She needs to be cleaned up a little bit more in terms of her femininity and her joint work, and all blend just a little bit neater there, but a really nice heifer. Young lady does a nice job of showing her. Female that comes out next in this class gives up some weight per day of age and performance relative to this set of contemporaries, but she's really nice in her own right when you study her quality and her balance. The females that come next in this class definitely have more performance and size to them. Personally, for me, just structurally, they need to move out and just stride out better in terms of their movement, but two big-bodied females that have a lot of density to them. Single entry class winner here, a senior yearling female. Young lady says is a low semi. Female that definitely has some length to her and is pretty smooth up through her front end and her shoulder. Probably could give her just a little bit more substance and doability about her, but she's a class winner here at the North American, so let's give her a nice hand.
Attention in the barn, all Belted Galloway and Prospect cattle exhibitors. The Belted Galloway show is slated to start at 4:30. Prospect exhibitors, your show will begin at 5 p.m. Once again, Belted Galloways to begin at 4:30 and Prospect cattle to begin at 5. Results of your junior AOB show. Your Class 3 results. In first place, entry number 77, weighing 1,330 pounds. John K. Peachy, 203K, exhibited by Aubrey Bletcher of Blacksburg, Iowa. In second place, entry number 13, weighing 1,472 pounds. Candy Apple Lucille, 226K, exhibited by Dylan Huff of Otsego, Michigan. In third place, entry number 18, weighing 1,497 pounds. HNB Savannah, 21, exhibited by Delaney Engler of Wheatland, Iowa. In fourth place, entry number 15, exhibited by Jack Stingley. Your Class 4 results. In first place, entry number 25, R.J. Kyra, 216K, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 29, R.J. Kyra, 298K, exhibited by Dalton Geiger of Bad Axe, Michigan. In third place, entry number 26, JFK Heartbreaker, exhibited by Ava Muir. In fourth place, entry number 8, Cole Heilman. In fifth place, entry number 19, Tess No. And in sixth place, entry number 22, Ella Huey.
Y'all are giving me a workout today here. This quality in this Simmental show, you breeders sure ought to be proud watching this show. This class here is as deep as we've had. There's good cattle way down deep in the class. And these two here on top, you kind of pick your poison here because they're both outstanding. Both these females, I knew from the moment each of them walked in the ring here, they were the contenders. And, we really break these two down. There's nothing wrong with either one of them because they're both very good. I guess the one I'm going to win the class with for me, she's one that still maintains a lot of the quality we've looked for all day in terms of power and squareness, and she puts it in just a little longer-bodied, square-made package in this heifer right behind her. I like this female's length. I like her attractiveness and her freshness. She's one that just balances up so nice. I like the udders she's starting to develop there underneath as well. And when we get her out on the go, I think she's one that's sound in terms of the way she gets out and travels around the ring. When he gets her stopped, all those pieces are still there in form. Just an awfully good one to start the class off. This female here in second, she is no slouch at all. I think this one is very, very good. From a present standpoint, she just captivates your attention, the way her head, her neck all ties together. She's probably as deep-centered as any we've seen out here today, maybe almost so deep-centered that it makes her look a little higher in her flank. She's not, but I could see how it could appear that way. This female, for me, when we get her out in motion, she's absolutely as sound and good moving as you could ask one to be. I'd just like to lengthen her out a little bit. I'd like to see her a little bigger out here today in relation to the rest of the class, but in terms of quality, just an outstanding individual here that goes second. From there, we roll into a baldy female that just reads maternal, just reads cow to me. This one doesn't have the bells and whistles of the two right in front of her, but I think in terms of just sheer mass and rib shape, this one right here is sure impressive there. She's one that uses her hind leg really nicely. When we get her out on the go, she's maybe a little more up there in the center of her back. She's carrying a little more condition than maybe I'd like to see, but I think in terms of brood cow, I like her best here down the line. The heifer that comes next is one when we get her parked, she captivates your attention. She's sure got a look to her there. She's really up-headed. She's one that's tremendously level and smooth down her top line and at her hip. She's one, for me, that's probably a little bigger than what I'd like to see. We've got some variances here in size in these classes, and this one's probably a shot big for me. Where I'd like to change her the most, though, is when we get her out on the go. She's more up right there in her shoulder. She's just not quite as flexible in her hock on down to the ground as what she needs to be. Heifer that comes next, one that's chock full of power. She's big hip, she's deep centered and deep flanked, things that all really catch your eye here in a class of this magnitude. For me, she's probably a little over-conditioned. I'd like to freshen her up some there about her neck, down into her chest floor. And when we get her out on the go, I don't think she handles her hock quite as attractive as what some of these other females do, but one that, no denying the power in that one, the dimension she's got all the way through. One that comes next is a little different in her kind. She's a little bigger. She's a little more extended. With that added size, she probably gives up some of the true softness in terms of her center. One that maybe just not quite as wide when we get around behind her as some of the others. She's not carrying as much fat as some of those heifers in front of her either, and I realize that. But I'd just like to see a shot more body to that one, soften her up some to move up here. This heifer that comes next, another just outstanding individual that I think has got a lot of parts and pieces that are very good. Tremendously stout-hipped. She's one that's got a beautiful hind leg, and I really like the way she gets out and travels and uses that hind leg. I guess when we talk about balance on this one, she's pushing just a little more forward chest and maybe just doesn't have the rib and the depth to match up to balance that chest back up. If I could change her there and just soften her up some, I think she moves up a few spots in this class. Female that comes next is one on the standstill that I probably like as good as any in the whole class. She's very fresh in her condition. She's attractive up front. She's big-bodied and square-hipped. It's when we get her on the go. We just need to free this one up off both ends of her skeleton. The heifer that comes next, really, really powerful. Big hip, big top, chock full of power. For me, she's probably a little coarser with that. She's carrying a little more condition there over the top side of her neck and down into her brisket. I'd like to refine her udder or two at this stage of the game here and just neaten those teats up just ever so slightly. Heifer that comes next. Boys, there's nothing wrong with this one because she's very maternal in her look. She's super long-bodied and square-hipped. She's just a little plainer compared to the rest of the class out here today. Just gives up some of that pizzazz that those heifers in front of her have. We round things off here with one that's got some added size to her skeleton. She's just a little more off in her hip, maybe not quite the softness, and doesn't blend quite as nicely from her center body back into her flank.
All Zebus to the makeup arena. All Zebus to the makeup arena, please. Your Class 5 results of your junior AOBs. In first place, entry number 194, exhibited by Hannah Sheffield of Avon Park, Florida.
And placings in Class 14 over in your Simmental show are as followed. First place weighing 1439 goes to entry number 139. Roxy Mary 1509K, exhibited by Tyler Miller of Atlanta, Illinois. And second place in that class weighing 1393 goes to entry number 143. SBC She's It 807K, exhibited by Kelton Arthur of Stillwater, Oklahoma. And third place in that class goes to entry number 140. JBSF Kim 240K, exhibited by Sadie Robertson of Cushing, Oklahoma. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 149, Bailey's Rumor 206, exhibited by Lillian Younger of Chesapeake, Illinois. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 141, JBSF HF Kirby, exhibited by TJ Goki of State Center, Iowa. Sixth place in that class goes entry number 144, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. Seventh place goes entry number 154, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of York, Nebraska. Eighth place goes entry number 148, exhibited by Cale Robinson of Cushing, Oklahoma. And ninth place goes entry number 142, exhibited by Mackenzie Coverman of Menford, Ohio. And 10th place in that class goes entry number 150, exhibited by Abigail Britton of Olmsted, Illinois. And 11th place goes entry number 145, exhibited by Ella Downs of Deatsville, Alabama. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in the ring is Class 15.
Attention in the barns. All Zebu females to the makeup arena. All Zebu females to the makeup arena.
All right. AOB drive here is certainly a good one. We didn't have a lot of numbers in the show, but you wouldn't know it. You pick up the popular magazines in December here, or January, with the results of this show, and it's going to open up to a pair of really nice heifers that were champion in reserve, and I really think they could probably, I don't think probably, they could definitely handle a lot more competition. The front end of this show is really, really good. And again, I want to commend the young people, their families, everybody that's behind these cattle. They need a big round of applause. We've waited a little bit here, and more time in the ring, more spotlight for them is all okay. So congratulations again, a really nice show. I'm going to pick a pair of them that I think go together really, really nice. Congratulations.
And your grand champion AOB female out of class number 4 goes to entry number 26. Entry number 25, RJ Kyra, 216K, exhibited by Ella Weldon of Piedmont, Oklahoma. Your reserve grand champion AOB female out of class number 3 goes to entry number 77, John K. Peachy, 203K, exhibited by Aubrey Belcher of Blanksburg, Iowa. Congratulations, AOB exhibitors. Zebu class number 2, entries number 1 and 2 to the makeup arena. Entries number 1 and 2 for the Zebu show to the makeup arena immediately. All Zebu females to the makeup arena. And congratulations to your champion, AOB Bred-A-Owned female, goes to entry number 194, exhibited by Hannah Sheffield of Avon Park, Florida. Once again, all Zebu females to the makeup arena. All Zebu females to the makeup arena. Zebu entry number 2 to the makeup arena, Abby Jones. Zebu to the makeup arena. First call, Class 18, Purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 18, Purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 18 purebred Simmentals. Second call, Class 18 purebred Simmentals.
Well, an interesting class here in this Simmental show over here. And some good heifers here, some things we'd like to change about all of them. The heifer that's going to win, the one I just keep going back to here. I think when he gets this one parked, the look she gives in terms of her presence up through her front 1/3, one that's really bold in terms of her rib cage, both in terms of depth, and when we get right behind her and look at the spring this one has to her, I think she's just really three-dimensional in that aspect. You know, when we get her out on the go, I think she's fluid in the way she travels. There's sometimes she's a little more timid, the way she sets those rear two down right down at the ground, but tremendously fluid aside from that. You know, out of this top trio, she's probably showing the least amount of udder development of these three, and I'd like to see a little more there when we compare amongst these three. But a heifer to me, in terms of quality and balance, she needs to win the class. This heifer that comes next, the longer she's out here, the more she grows on me. She's not the biggest footed, biggest bone one we've got out here, and that's one spot I would like to change on her. The bone she does have, the foot size she does have, I think she handles her hind leg very appropriately. She's one that's very maternal in her look in terms of the way all her pieces are put together. She's not the most freaky one about her front 1/3. She's plenty good enough. She's awesome ribbed. I like the udder this one shaken down probably as good as any of the class. I just like to give her a shot more bone maybe to move her up over that heifer in front of her. The female that comes next, in my opinion, is the soundest of this trio here to lead the class off. Tremendously flexible in the way she handles her joint work down low. She's one that gives us a nice look as well when he gets her parked there. I just wish there was a little more to this one. I think when we get around behind her, we study her rib cage, we study her hip. I'd just like to see a shot more to her. Maybe refine those teats ever so slightly at this stage of the game, but I think an awfully high-quality female here in this class, and this top trio heifers are all very good. That's not to take anything away from this red one coming next, because this one is a brood cow here. She's a tank. She's one that is so wide-bodied. She's still beautiful-headed. I think one that reads with some feminine feature. I'd just like to lean this one up some, and I think if we could peel some fat off this girl here, it might change things a little in this class. She's a little crestier over the top side of her neck, a little more forward there in her brisket, but a heifer when we set her in motion that is very long-strided. She's very fluid in the way she handles herself around the ring. I'd just like to freshen her up some. Heifer that comes next, there's no doubt this one here is a good one. I think when she gets her parked, she reads with a world of quality in terms of her balance, in terms of the levelness she has to her lines. She's big and bold ribbed. She's just a little big for me out here today, guys. This one, she's going to make a large cow when we analyze this one on down the road, and I'd just like to tone her down some and just see her maybe get out and move a little more fluidly when we ask her to go. But in terms of look and quality, there's no denying this is a good female. Female that comes next on the standstill is one of the most impressive females in the class. I think she reads with so much presence up front. She's really beautiful in the way she ties in from her throat down into her chest floor. Big boned, big legged, big bodied, square hipped. I just got to change this one on the go. She wants to get a little more opened up in the way she handles her shoulder and the way she handles those front two. She wants to get outside herself off those rear two when we get her out on the go. If we could change that one, this one no doubt moves up in the class because she's so powerful, she's so square, she's so massive in her dimension. Heifer that comes next, another one very maternal in her look. She's big-bodied, she's square. I'd like to strengthen her up some there when we analyze her over the top side of her shoulder right there behind it. She wants to get weaker there. She's one that just we got to strengthen up there and just maybe give her a shot more refinement about her head to get her up in the class any. Heifer that comes next, another big stout hip, long-bodied one, gives up some of the mass and dimension in terms of her rib of the ones in front of her. We round things off here with the one that's certainly stout-featured. She's big hip, she's big bone, nice hind leg in this female. We just need more body and more mass and just a little more structural correctness when she travels to move her up any today. Once again, another outstanding class here in this Simmental show.
And placings in Class 15 over in your Simmental Purebred Heifer Show are as followed. First place, weighing 1580, goes to entry number 167. Curtains Polly 64K, exhibited by Austin Faust of St. Ansgar, Iowa. And second place in that class, weighing 1571, goes to entry number 157. 4B Miss Pays to Believe, 11.6K, exhibited by Rachel Clark of Grand Mont, Iowa. And third place in that class, weighing 1435, goes to entry number 161. Gum Miss Catherine, 61K, exhibited by Charlie Gum of Tallulah, Illinois. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 168. GSC Trixie K130, exhibited by Gabrielle Lewis of Covington, Indiana. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 166. Queen of Hearts 3K, exhibited by Lily Decker of St. John's, Michigan. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 161, exhibited by Liliana Lucy of Glen Easton, West Virginia. And seventh place in that class goes to entry number 165, exhibited by Cheyenne Bennett of Winchester, Indiana. And eighth place in that class goes to entry number 199, exhibited by Grayson Ruber of Georgetown, Kentucky. And ninth place in that class goes to entry number 163, exhibited by Camden Woods of Taylorsville, Georgia. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in the ring is Class 16 purebred heifers.
Back on our American-influenced AOB division, start off class of calves with the Brangus female. Certainly pretty nice in her own right, pretty smooth, pretty broody heifer. It's pretty sound in the big scheme of things, definitely dominating in this class. The Brahman heifer that comes next and second, really like her rib shape, like the turn that she has over her hip. Another sound, structured female that ties it together pretty well. Young lady does a pretty good job of sticking her and showing her. We've got a Beefmaster heifer coming out next here in third. A lot of bone and substance in this heifer, pretty deep in terms of her rib, and just moderation is right. She's just a little plainer for me and just wants to narrow up a little bit more. The other red-tinted Brahman heifer coming out next and fourth. You like the length of body over her than the one right in front of her. She wants to just be a little more off in her hip and a little more refined there in terms of her bone. Then we finish up the class of the female that gives up some of the performance and length and substance that we have on the top end. Thank you.
Results of your junior AOB Zebu show. Your Class 1 results: in first place, entry number 13, weighing 808 pounds, CN Miss Big Town 30L5, exhibited by Camille Quibot of Mensura, Louisiana. In second place, entry number 8, weighing 686 pounds, Miss TBR 72, exhibited by Adrababe Thidbo of Iowa, Louisiana. In third place, entry number 15, weighing 642 pounds, RDAC Sharon, exhibited by Lane Dunn of LeCompte, Louisiana. In fourth place, entry number 10, weighing 656 pounds, exhibited by Addison Granger of Iowa, Louisiana. In fifth place, entry number 30, exhibited by Tatum Roberts.
quite a bit size difference in this class, and quite a bit of age difference too, what the young people told me. But this smoke heifer, she's got a pinch of ear in her, and she's pretty nice. Honestly, I think her build and structure and soundness is what elevates her here in this class. She's got a really neat look up through her front 1/3, got a beautiful shape and turn to her as you get in behind her, and I like her body and her volume for her age. Red heifer is a Simbra coming out next, and she's in August compared to an October or end October, so she should be bigger, and she certainly is. A female that has a lot of depth and volume and bone there about her. You know, she's worked pretty hard on her hair coat, and that's all good. When this heifer gets moving and traveling, she just gets a little too stiff off of either end there for me, and that's what puts her in second. Black heifer that comes next here in third is a little cleaner and sharper up through her front 1/3. You like the length of body in her. She's just a heifer. It's a little harder in terms of her body shape and rib. Let's give them a good hand.
Results of class number 2 of your junior AOB Zebu show. In first place, entry number 1, weighing 877 pounds, SS Stray Kitty, exhibited by Hadley Geiger of Blue Ridge, Texas. In second place, entry number 3, weighing 1,249 pounds, SSF Pay the Lady S30K, exhibited by Haley Cornett of Hillsboro, Ohio. In third place, entry number 11, weighing 987 pounds, DCC Hercules Celine, exhibited by Grace Joffrin of DeQuincy, Louisiana.
This effort wins this junior yearling class Pretty nice. Red Brangus female. She's heavy in calf and starting to drop. Pretty nice udder structure. Really nice boned heifer. Certainly very sound in terms of her structure. Big bodied, lots of usefulness to her. An easy place to start. Brahman heifer in second. I like her balance. I like her quality, and I think that's what pulled me to use her in second. She's maybe not as stout and as big and as heavy as the cattle in behind her, but I think she's just has a little more quality about her. Young lady's heifer coming next here in third. I certainly like her rib shape, and I like the added dimension that she has in her from behind. She's also carrying a little more condition on her for me, and just maybe gets a little bit more upright there, the angle of her shoulder and how she gets out and moves. Young man's heifer coming out has a really nice rib shape and a lot of body there to her. She's a female to me again that maybe doesn't have quite the balance and symmetry to her. I'd like to change her there in that regard. And the heifer that finishes up the class, certainly very strong topped. Young man's done a good job with her. I think she's just a little shorter striding female that flattens up. Let's give him a good hand.
First call, Class 102 and 103 Belted Galloways. First call, Class 102 and 103 Belted Galloway females.
That Hereford cross works pretty good in a lot of different areas, and the young lady's got a good F1 here that she brought to town, senior yearling heifer. Pretty nice in terms of her structure. Female probably last a long time for her. Has some symmetry and hip in here, so let's give her a nice hand, a good senior yearling class winner here, the North American.
Results of class number 3 of your junior AOB show. In first place, entry number 4, weighing 1,378 pounds, SJCC Crimson 72K4, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. In second place, entry number 6, weighing 1,187 pounds, Legacy Miss Fanny, exhibited by Peyton Blanchard of St. Emmet, Louisiana. In third place, entry number 9, weighing 1,438 pounds, Miss TBR 51, exhibited by Lakin Granger of Iowa, Louisiana. In fourth place, entry number 7, exhibited by Mason Bork. And in fifth place, entry number 5, exhibited by Lane Gilbo. Your Class 4 results of your Junior AOB Zubu show. In first place, entry number 14, weighing 1,206 pounds, DSR Miss Sunshine, exhibited by Jolly Wolf of Kinder, Louisiana.
Again, not a lot of numbers here in our American AOB show, but certainly very good and similar to what we had in our British and Continental AOB show. There's some really nice efforts out here. Young people have done a good job, and I commend them for their efforts and time to get here to the North American and show. It's getting a little late in the day and towards feeding time, and these cattle are acting really good, honestly, out here for them. It speaks to the showmanship quality of these young people, and they have them stuck and dialed in. So congratulations. I'm going to go show you the two heifers that I really like, and we'll send them to the backdrop and select a bred and owned champion if she's available. You've been a good crowd today. Go ahead and congratulate these young people and their families. I'll show you two champions.
Well, the good ones keep coming over here, and the deepest class we've seen all day. I've said that a few times, but they keep bringing them out here. Some really good ones here to sort through, and good cattle way deep, down deep in this class. The heifer that's going to win here, I guess, for me, when we study the whole class and we look at them, this one has just got such a unique look and presence about her through her front 1/3. The way her neck just sets in her shoulder there and the look she gives, I think is outstanding. She's one that's really big-bodied, deep-centered. When we get her on the go is where she pulls away from the rest of the class, a female that's just tremendously sound-structured and long-strided. Just an awfully good way to start here in a really, really tough class. This female that comes next, one of the longest-bodied females we've seen all day. I think this one's length is just incredible, and maybe it takes away from her rib shape a little, but you get up on this female and it's still there. Her length is deceiving. This one's big-bodied. She's certainly big-ended when we get around behind her. She gives you an impressive look when she gets her parked. She wants to get a little more timid out of her front two at times when we get her out on the go. That's where I'd like to change that one, but there's no denying the power, the mass, and the length, and the look of that female. The heifer that comes next, this red one here, boy, she's a nice one as well. This female is one that is just really up-headed, got a lot of presence to her. She's tremendously square-hipped and big-bodied. I guess for me, maybe like to see a shot more udder development of this one here today. She's a little stiffer in the way she handles her knee as well, but I think another outstanding individual here in a deep class. Heifer that comes next, boy, this one hit me hard right when she come in the gate. She was the first one in, and she's chock full of power. She's one that's got an awesome look. Unfortunately for her, there were a few more in here that just had a little more than she does. This female, we'd like to knock her tail head down some. I'd like to just neaten her up and freshen her up in her flank. When we get her out on the go, she gets a little sloppier there, but there's no denying this female here's probably won a lot of shows. She's a really, really good one out here in a really tough class. Baldy heifer that comes next, very cow-like in her features. She's big-bodied. She's easy doing in her look. She's one for me that's probably carrying a little more condition maybe than what I'd like to see when we study her there along the top side of her neck. She's one when we set her in motion, I'd like to see her get out and move just a little more comfortable down her spine, but very maternal in her look. She's big-bodied. She's going to have a nice udder as well. This female that comes next here, another outstanding individual. We want to talk about one that's got a nice look to her. She is extremely bold in her rib cage. She's one that maybe would just like to stouten up some in terms of her bone work compared to the rest of the class. I think she gives up a little there, but one that just maintains that same look of quality throughout the rest of her that we've seen in the heifers above. Heifer that comes next is another one. I tell you, folks, this class, when we walked around behind them, some of the stoutest heifers I've ever seen in my life to still be as smooth as they are. And this one here fits the mold for that, too. Tremendously big-ended, square-hipped, really wide when we get behind her. For me, when we study this one, maybe she's just not as big-bodied as some of the others out here today. She's one that maybe just has a little thicker look to her neck when we get off on the profile and study her. Heifer that comes next doesn't lack for power either. She is big-footed and big-boned, big stout hip in her. In a class this deep, we study this one. She's pushing a little more brisket out in front of her there. It throws her balance off some compared to the rest of the class. But young man, you still got a great one there. I like your heifer. heifer that comes next, boy, she would have won a lot of shows back in the day here throughout the year, I'm sure, because she's one that's long and extended and square, good-bodied. She just gives up some of the stoutness of feature, some of the just overall power of some of these others. And this young lady here that's going to wrap things up with us, she's doing an awesome job getting this heifer shown. If you've watched her show this heifer, she's never quit, and I commend her for that. She's brought us a good one here, maybe just not quite as flexible, some of the others, not quite as massive everywhere. But, folks, that was an outstanding class, quality from end to end.
Second call, Class 102 and 103, Belted Galloway females. Second call, Class 102 and 103, Belted Galloway females. This is your first call, Class 104, Belted Galloways. First call, Class 104.
There's just a pair of these girls, Showman Brahman heifers, that are bred and owned entries, and again, they did really well in their respective classes in the show, and so we have some quality in our lineup in our bred and owned championship. So congratulations, young ladies. Good job. I wish you the best in your projects at home and your cow families and breeding. I prefer the calf to be our bred and owned champion. Let's give her a good hand.
And your grand champion, Junior AOB Zebu female, goes to entry number 4. SJCC Crimson 72K4, exhibited by Madison Fisher of Hempstead, Texas. Your reserve champion, AOB Zebu female, goes to entry number 1. SS Stray Kitty, exhibited by Hadley Geiger of Blue Ridge, Texas.
And placings over in your Simmental female show are as followed. First place, weighing 1642, goes to entry number 180. TL Sadie, 37K, exhibited by Colt Rotary of Aldo, Illinois. And second place in that class, weighing 1667, goes to entry number 179. JSUL TSSC Lady in Black, 2181, exhibited by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And third place, weighing 1553, goes entry number 174, JSUL Red Rosie at 2304, exhibited by Carter Brown of Fairmont, West Virginia. And fourth place in that class goes entry number 170, Sandbox Something About a Two-Step, exhibited by Kylie Garner of Almond, Wisconsin. And fifth place in that class goes to inch number 173, SFI Miss Snake Eyes K11, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. And sixth place in that class goes to inch number 175, M2C Cheyenne 210K, exhibited by Madison Metzger of Rockfield, Kentucky. And seventh place in that class goes to inch number 183, exhibited by Ty Kitzero of St. Charles, Iowa. And eighth place in that class goes entry number 181, exhibited by Brendan Parks of Metamore, Michigan. And ninth place in that class goes entry number 172, exhibited by Evie Jones of Shelby, North Carolina. And 10th place in that class goes entry number 182, exhibited by Annabelle Altman of Worthington, Minnesota. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. Now in the ring is Class 17 of your purebred heifers. Again, now in the ring is Class 17 of purebred heifers. These heifers' date of birth range from January 30th through January 5th of 2022.
Third and final call, Class 102 and 103, Belted Galloway females. This is your third and final call, Class 102 and 103, Belted Galloway females. Second call, Class 104. Second call, Class 104, Belted Galloway females. Congratulations to your grand champion bred and owned AOB Zebu female. Goes to entry number 8, Miss TBR 72, exhibited by Adrababe Thibodeau of Iowa, Louisiana.
The heifer we're going to start off with here, one that's just so balanced in her look, a female that fits the mold of a lot of things we've done out here all day, a female that's got some presence, she's got some femininity. When we look at her there through her front end and her head and her neck, the way it ties in there, still good bodied, got some added foot and bone to her, and we put all that together in a really smooth package. She's sound on the go, just a really balanced, nice kind of female to start this class off. This colored up heifer here next, there's a lot to this girl. I tell you, she's very three-dimensional in terms of her rib cage. She's got a big hip in her as well, really sound, and I like the angles to her joint work when we study her knee and her hock and on down to the ground from there. For me, maybe she's a little bigger than some of these others out here, but where I'd like to change her the most is just hook her up a little stronger there over her top line. She just wants to get a little weaker all the way through her back there. That's part of the reason she can move as good as she does. She's flexible spine, but here today, I'd just like to strengthen her up a little bit there to move her up in the class. This heifer that comes next, one that just gives you a beautiful look about her head and neck. She's really neat from her chin down into her chest. A female that's got some width. When we get her on the go, she maybe wants to get up a little more there in the center of her back. I'd just like to take some of that hair out of her flank and maybe just give a little more illusion that she's deeper centered than maybe what she appears here today, but nevertheless a very high quality female to go third. This heifer that comes next, tremendously long bodied, and this one's got the added size and scale to go along with her length. She's going to make a big cow one day. She's really square hipped, a female that's very sound structured when we get her out on the go. When he gets her parked, I think she gives you an awesome look there. When we compare her though to them ones in front of her, she's just a little more off balance. When we study her down through her brisket, she's pushing some more condition there. Maybe just doesn't have the four-ribbon flank to go with it to match and balance herself up a little nicer, but still a tremendous cow, one that's going to have a lot of fun and raise some good ones. This baldy heifer that comes next, very stout featured. She's extremely square hipped. She's extremely good in her spine when we get her out on the go. For me, she's a little thicker neck. She's a little coarser there over the top side of it. I'd like to just freshen her up some there and see her come with maybe just a shot more center rib and flank compared to the ones that stand above her. But once again, tremendously square, stout kind of female. One that comes next is a lot like the heifer right in front of her. She's got some stoutness of feature, maybe just doesn't blend quite as smoothly there through her loin back into her tail head. If we could change her some there, maybe just smoothing her up all the way down her top line, but still a tremendously functional kind of individual here in a deep, deep class. We round things up with a big, stout, power kind of female, just a little more stiff in the way she gets out and handles herself on the go. I'd like to change her there and just refine her and smoothen her up all the way through. But this is shaping up to be a tremendous show. Congratulations once again. Looking forward to getting this division back out here.
And placings in Class 17 over in your Simmental show are as followed. First place, weighing 1652, goes to entry number 186, JSUL RGLC Riverboat Queen, exhibited by Grace Lemonager of Fairbury, Illinois. And second place in that class, weighing 1718, goes to entry number 194, TL Roxanne 8K, exhibited by Taylor Ritchie of Medora, Illinois. And third place in that class, weighing 1543, goes to entry number 193. FOGCGCC Specialty Espresso, exhibited by Nicholas Wazer of Honorsville, Pennsylvania. And fourth place in that class goes to entry number 188. WHF Tylertown Carly 4K, exhibited by Evan Jackson of Holiday, Tennessee. And fifth place in that class goes to entry number 185, WHF Annie 365K, exhibited by Cody Heath of Piedmont, Oklahoma. And sixth place in that class goes to entry number 192, exhibited by Augustus Rye of Urine, Tennessee. And seventh place goes to entry number 191, Abby Walbach of Smithville, Ohio. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now in the ring will be the selection of your Division 5 champion female.
Third and final call, Class 104 of your belted Galloway females. Third and final call, Class 104. This is your first call, Class 107 and 108 belted Galloways. First call, Class 107 and 108 belted Galloways. At this time, we'd like to recognize your junior belted Galloway judge today, Mr. John Sweeney. John and his wife Kayla and son Jack reside in Cedarville, Ohio. There they operate Sweeney Cattle, which focus on raising Angus show cattle. These cattle are marketed in conjunction with Kayla's family operation, Campbell Co., where John, Kayla, and Jack also help. Originally from Mitchellville, Iowa, John is a 2011 graduate of Iowa State University with a degree in ag business. After graduating, he started a career with the Landco Animal Health as a beef sales representative for Indiana and Ohio, where he currently works. John has judged many national, state, and local shows in over 10 states. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome our judge today, Mr. John Sweeney.
Well, just another outstanding division here. Man, we've had some tough classes here. We've had cattle that were, 7, 8 deep in these classes in this division that were just super high quality. But, we get them here to the show and we got to rank them, and that's what I'm out here doing. So I won't argue with you if you like them different than I do, because I tell you what, the quality's deep, the water's deep out here. You guys, congratulations. Before we do anything here, you've brought an outstanding set of cattle. I'll run through these right quick and talk them here. This heifer out of this first class that won, I think a heifer that's very, very nice in terms of her quality and her look. We get her back out here. She's so smooth in the way she's put together. She's so fresh in her condition. She's one that is good when we get her out on the go in the terms of the way that she handles her skeleton. You compare her to these three behind her, she's probably not quite as deep-centered or as bold-ribbed there down low. But I think she's one that's still adequate in that aspect. I really like the udder development this one's bringing to us here amongst these four females as well. Certainly a contender here amongst this set of females that we've got out here. This young man out of the second class came to the top of that class just because his heifer had that look of quality, the look that I've been looking for all day. And I still think she fits the mold in that aspect when we get her out here. She's one that's got some presence and look up front, really good in terms of her rib cage and her center body. She's got some power as well. When we study her right down at the ground in relation to these others, when we compare these four, she's not as big-footed. She's not as secure in the way she sets down on those rear two, but that's being extremely picky on a really, really good heifer, one that I still like a great deal. This one out of the next class here is probably the outlier out here amongst these 8. There's just so much to this girl. She's one that's got that presence we talk about. She's got some rib, but for me, it's when we set her in motion where she just really pulls away. She's so flexible. She gets out and takes such a long stride to have that much mass to go along with it. Just a super high-quality female there out of that third class. We wrap things up here with this final class in this division, this blazed face heifer. Just balanced. You look at this one, and she's probably not the most of anything, but she's one that everything fits together on this one like it's supposed to. She's not the wildest looking one of these four we've got out here. She's not the longest or the biggest, but just very balanced, and I like that about her. We had some awfully good seconds over there behind them that I'm sure whichever one comes in here and plays for contention for reserve, we'll give them another look because the quality's that good, the competition's that stiff out here. Let's give these guys a round of applause, and I'll pick you some champions.
Second call, Class 108, belted Galloways. Second call, Class 108, belted Galloways.
And your Division 5 champion over in your Simmental show goes to entry number 180, T.S. Sadie, 37K, exhibited by Colt Roeder of Aldo, Illinois. Congratulations.
Apologize for the delay and the technical difficulties here to kick off your 2023 Junior Belt at Galloway show. Certainly is my pleasure to be out here, and I think a nice trio of cattle and a good way to get started. And if I'm honest, I think a lot of give and take here in our top pair. Longer they're out here, the young lady brings us a nice May female here that gives us a really feminine look as you study her from the side. Love the shape to her face, long neck, smooth shouldered, opens up into a bold rib cage, and has got an incredible sweep underneath for this young age and this stage of maturity. Like this one in the design from her hooks to her pins, and in particular the advantage she has in the way her tail head ties into her hip. I'll be the first one to admit she needs to be intensified just a little bit in terms of her foot size and in terms of the shape to her bone, but I like this one's build for the long term. Young lady's done a nice job of getting her presented and shown. If you like them with a little bit more substance to them, you like the narrower belted heifer here in second. One that honestly hasn't wanted to act the best out here today, but you study her right there at the ground. She's got a huge foot, big bone, big body, kind of a female in her own right. To me, one that comes just a shot shorter from nose to tail. One that when you step in and study the cattle in terms of their shape to their forerib and the arch out of their upper rib, I'd like to see just a little bit more to this one in a comparative sense, but one that's got a lot of neat, bold pieces for the young lady to work with going forward. Round out the class with one that, is a little bit more immature, if you will. I like this one in terms of her length. Long-necked, ultra-long spine. I'd like to see just a little bit more balance when you study this one in terms of her underpinnings and her rear flank, stepping behind the cattle, and this one just needs a shot more muscle. Quality trio and a nice way to start off our Belt Galloway show.
Third and final call, Class 108 Belted Galloways. Third and final call, Class 108 Belted Galloways.
And your Division 5 reserve champion Simmental female goes to entry number 139, Roxy's Mary 1509, exhibited by Tyler Miller of Atlanta, Illinois. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now entering the ring will be Class 18.
First call, Class 111, Belted Galloways. First call, Class 111, Belted Galloways. Belted Galloway, entry number 21 to the makeup arena. Belted Galloway, entry number 21 to the makeup arena.
Just a single entry here in our second class of the Belted Galloway shows. Young man certainly done his homework. It's tough to have these young heifers like this broke and ready to come to town, and he's doing a good job out here getting this heifer through probably her first time through the ring. But a bold-centered, big-bodied kind of a female that's really complete in just her general design. Heifer to me that I think's got enough length and enough look and enough femininity for this young age out here. I'd like to see her settle down just a shot. I'd like to study her how she goes just a bit better. My first impression out here is you'd like to redesign her just a shot in the way she handles her hock. Like to see her set down with just a little bit more cushion in the way she goes to the ground off of her rear pasterns. But again, an ultra complete kind of a female that the young man's done a whale of a job with.
Please note your champion Division 5 bred-known female goes to entry number 175, M2C Cheyenne 210, exhibited by Madison Metzger of Rockfield, Kentucky. Congratulations. Now entering the ring will be Class 18 purebred heifers over in your Simmental show. These heifers' date of birth range from October 3rd of 2021.
Results of your Junior Belted Galloway show, your Class 102 results. In first place, entry number 3, weighing 462 pounds, AJC California Dream, exhibited by Abigail Karen. In second place, entry number 4, weighing 438 pounds, exhibited by Cora Barnard. In third place, entry number 2, exhibited by Carson Barnard. Your Class 103 results. In first place, entry number 5, weighing 430 pounds, Wagner Farms Lily, exhibited by Boone Rutan.
We're out here with our last class of the day in this purebred Simmental show, and boys, it's been a good day because we've had quality from the first class all the way to the last one. Both these females here are outstanding. This is automatic division championship as well, so we're gonna go through and talk them here. I think this one that came in the class first, just a tremendous individual, a female that's so attractive in her look. She's one that's very three-dimensional when we study her in terms of her width, her rib shape. She's one that's probably got the advantage over the heifer behind her in terms of some added bone work. She's a little bigger bone looking here amongst these two here. A female that just blends so nicely all the way through, ultra high quality female. This heifer that came in second here, she's one that's got the advantage of this pair in terms of her length body. I think this one is tremendously long. She's got the added look as well. She's deep bodied. She's really good when we study her from her forerib all the way back into her flank. Maybe a little easier there in her loin than the one that stands right in front of her, but nevertheless a tremendous cow. Both these heifers were born on the same day here. They're Octobers, and while they're showing some udder development, I'd probably like to see them a little closer to calving here as we approach the middle of November. That's one place I would probably like to change both these heifers, but nevertheless, they're both still very maternal in their look. I like them both. Congratulations, exhibitors.
Another high-quality pair as we progress through our Belta Galloway show over here. And young lady brings us kind of a standout in this particular duo. When this heifer is parked, when the young lady tugs on that halter and gets her all put together, is when she looks her best. One that gives you a really neat look up front, still smooth-shouldered, ultra long spine from there back. That's something I really appreciate about this female. And with all that length, she's still able to balance up underneath, especially for a young calf, one that's got a tremendous amount of depth and symmetry as you study her there. Step in behind the cattle, and this one's the big hip, wide pin, big back kind of a female, one that gives us a really neat look, again, when you study her from the side. If we're going to change her ever so slightly, I think she is just a shot straighter there in the angle to her knee, and maybe consequently wants to poke those front toes out just ever so slightly. Might stouten that girl up just a touch at her ankle and give her a little bigger foot as we watch her go off of her rear too. But again, way too many cool pieces in a neat package. Young lady does a great job showing her and getting her presented out here. Got a great team here coming around in second that has a good heifer in her own right. I think one that's a little more moderate and a little bit more conventional in terms of her type and kind. Love this one in terms of just her genuine shape and her body that she brings to the table. With all that added power, one that's perhaps just a little lower fronted, maybe not quite as neat in the look through her front 1/3, study her from behind, as she does have muscle and shape with that perhaps a bit shorter and rounder in terms of her hip. Nice heifer here to conclude a good tough pair.
Third and final call, Class 111 Belted Galloways. Third and final call, Class 111 Belted Galloways. Results of Class 104 of your Belted Galloways show. In first place, weighing 603 pounds, is entry number 9, Oatley's Farm Gia 2L, exhibited by Olivia Oakley. In second place, entry number 8, weighing 570 pounds, Countryline Millie, exhibited by Mark Snyder.
And placings over in your Simmental Heifer show are as followed for Class 18. First place in Automatic Division 6 champion, weighing 1627, goes to entry number 196, WHF Summer 005J, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. And second place in Class 18 in Automatic Reserve champion, weighing 1730, goes to entry number 197, WHF Summer 004J, exhibited by Ann Lawrence Allen of Versailles, Kentucky. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. And now we will be selecting your grand champion purebred Simmental Heifer. Again, we will be now selecting your grand champion purebred Simmental Heifer here at the 50th Annual North American. At this time, I would like to reintroduce your judge for your Simmental show, Mr. Andy Higgins. Andy is a native of Auburntown, Tennessee, where he manages his family's herd of 100 key Angus and Angus cows, along with being heavily involved in his family's real estate and auction business. Their family-based operation focuses on producing quality seed stock and show cattle. Andy's judging resume includes the National Junior Angus Show, Cattlemen's Congress, Atlantic National, along with numerous other state fairs and shows across the United States. If you could please join me in giving Mr. Andy Higgins a round of applause for being out here today. If you could also put your hands together for your Simmental Junior Board for their help in the ring today. They do a lot for these juniors. If you could, give them a round of applause for your Junior Simmental Board.
Once again, third call, Class 111. Third call, Class 111, Belted Galloways.
A nice way to cap off our first division out here. I think 3 heifers in contention. Young lady here that won our first class, one that we talked already, was just so tremendously complete. Love the elegance, love the angularity, love the balance that she has from a side profile. As we talked already, one that could use just a shot more bone and foot, but I think she's sure young and one that's got some time to mature in that regard. I do like this one a great deal from the side. She beat a nice heifer there in class that's got a little bit more foot and bone, another one that's big-bodied, soft and easy keeping. And then here out of our last class in this division, a heifer that's really long-bodied, one that's got so much look and eye appeal from the side. One I'd like to see get out and go and flex just a shot better when we set her in motion, but I like the pieces that she brings to the table. Let's put our hands together here for our first division. Congratulate these exhibitors, and I'll show you the 2 that I like best.
Well, back here in our Simmental ring, we've had a good day out here, folks. We've had a tremendous set of cattle brought to us. And first off, I think you guys as breeders, you young people as exhibitors out here certainly need to be proud of what you're raising, what you're producing. And I'm not just talking about the cattle either. I'm talking about these young people that have come out here and brought these cattle. As good as this show has been, the sportsmanship, the showman we've had out here has been even better. And I think you guys need to be commended for that, because this business here, these cattle get us here. These cattle get us here, but it's about the people and the friendships made. Young people, some of my best friends in the world have come through this cattle deal. And we need not forget that. We all want to beat one another at the end of the day. Everybody wants to win, but only one can win. If you don't win, it don't mean you got a bad calf either. Let's not forget that. But folks, this has been just phenomenal out here today. The sportsmanship, the cattle, everything we've been through here all day long has been exceptional. And I think we need to give these guys a round of applause for that right quick, everybody in the stands. I've said it several times today. There's been so much quality way down deep in these classes, and I'm not going to go back through and talk these cattle again. I've probably talked enough, but I hope you kind of picked up on what I like when I'm looking for these cattle. I want them to have some look. I want them to have some power, and they still got to do that with a good set of wheels under them. They got to be good structured, and they got to get out and go. And I'm extremely happy with these division winners, these reserve division winners we've had out here. There's some cattle that are not out here that are every bit as good as these folks. It gets really close in a game like this. We're on the green chips, guys. It's a big deal, and don't forget that. So without any further ado, young people, thank you, Mama, thank you, Daddy. When we leave here, thank all the people that have helped you, because I know it takes an army back in the barns at home to take care of things. It sure does. So without any further ado, I'll show you how I like these cattle. This purebred Simmental show's outstanding. Let's give them one more round of applause.
And your grand champion, purebred Simmental heifer, goes to entry number 180. T.S. Sadie, 37K, exhibited by Colt Roeder of Aldo, Illinois. Congratulations.
Results of your junior vaulted Galloway female show. Your champion junior heifer calf goes to entry number 3, AJC California Dream, exhibited by Abigail Curran. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 9, Oatley's Farm Gia 2L, exhibited by Olivia Oakley.
And your reserve grand champion Simmental female today goes to entry number 92, JSUL Rosie 2637, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. Congratulations.
Back over here in our Bell to Galloway show, a nice trio of heifers here. I think 3 that are certainly different for one another. And with that being said, the young lady's heifer that's going to go ahead and win, I think puts together the most good pieces out here. She's a female that when she gets her part, gives us a nice look as we study her up through her front 1/3. She's a long spine female that as you step in behind the cattle, still offers some flair and some punch there to the center portions of her muscle pattern. She's a female, and when she relaxes and as we set her in motion, I like the flex and the give she has there at her hock and her rear pastern. She does so on a big bone and a stout foot. For me, if we're going to change her ever so slightly, you'd relax her there in the angle to her knee, maybe have her toe ahead just a little more squarely. but a heifer that's got a beautiful outline. A nice place to start in this particular class. There's certainly some give and take and some differences here when we get in second and third. Young lady here with the purple shirt, she's got a heifer that's maybe not 100% wanting to cooperate with her at times, but a heifer that's got some neat pieces about her. Ultra loose made. I like this one's give in terms of her spine. She's probably as loose in terms of her feet and legs as any in this particular class. For me, you just like to give her a little bit more look and eye appeal. She's a little bit lower fronted kind of a heifer. You step in behind the cattle, she's flatter there about her rib cage, maybe not quite as impressive in terms of the shape there to her rear quarter, but a heifer that you have to like an awful lot in terms of her structure. Kind of the other side of the coin comes next, one that's incredibly powerful, young lady that concludes the class. Tremendously big-backed and thick-ended female, really impressive in terms of her rib shape and the sweep she has there underneath. With all that added power and substance that she brings to the table, she's not quite as ladylike there in the shape to her face, perhaps just a little coarser in terms of her crest and her shoulder. A female to me, if we could refine her just a bit, you love all the bells and whistles she has in terms of mass. Really nice way to conclude this particular class. My compliments to each of these exhibitors.
Results of Class 107 of your Junior Belted Galloway Show. In first place goes to entry number 13, weighing 602 pounds, Eckelman's Arwen, exhibited by Kaylee Eckelman. In second place, entry number 14, weighing 618 pounds, Sunnybrook Cookie, exhibited by Meredith McBride. In third place, entry number 15, weighing 870 pounds, Sunnybrook Catahua, exhibited by the Sunnybrook.
We'll jump right on this Bred and Owned show. Bred and Owned division is something near and dear to my heart. Mr. Bedwell over there in the ring earlier said some words about it, and boy, I'm just going to echo what he said. It's always fun to win, but it's more fun to win with one you raised. And we'll get these 5 out here vying for your champion Bred and Owned, and it's pretty neat. We've got some division winners from our own show out here. We've got some cattle that maybe were down in class that are still contenders out here today. Young people, be proud of these cattle you're raising and keep doing what you're doing because it's only going to get better. I'll show you my champion Bred and Owned. Let's give them one last round of applause.
For first call, Class 112, 116, and 117 Belted Galloways. First call, Class 112, 116, and 117 Belted Galloways. You said 132. Congratulations to your grand champion Bred and Owned purebred Simmental female. Goes to entry number 132, Rocking P built to love.
The first North American Livestock Exposition was held in November 1974 in Louisville at the Kentucky Exposition Center. It began as a beef show for 5 breeds with Harold Workman as general manager, a post he would hold for nearly 4 decades. The National 4-H Livestock Judging Contest, held at the legendary International Livestock Exposition in Chicago since the early 1900s, found a new home at the NAILE. From the start, the North American was steeped in tradition. From the now ubiquitous green shavings to a logo that communicated confidence that what began as a beef show would continue to grow and expand to a global reach. The North American seemed destined to inherit the legacies of Chicago, and before long, it was renamed the North American International Livestock Exposition. And the show did grow, with the sheep division coming along in 1975, and dairy, swine, and quarter horse shows following soon after. The National Collegiate Livestock Judging Contest moved to Louisville in 1976, and the North American's early success with all these events right out of the gate led to the honor of being chosen as the new home of the prestigious Saddle and Sirloin Club Portrait Gallery. More than 300 painted portraits of the livestock industry's most revered leaders moved from Chicago to the Kentucky Expo Center in '77. Each year since, during the North American, another honoree is added to this Hall of Fame. The North American Championship Rodeo was launched in 1979 as the finals for the Great Lakes Circuit. Today, the Expo is the longest-serving host venue for the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association. In the 1980s, draft horse and dairy goat shows were added, and in the 90s, llamas and alpacas found their place in the spotlight. Boar goats and mules and donkeys joined in the fun in the 2000s, bringing the North American to a total of 10 divisions. The continued growth has been possible because the Kentucky Exposition Center has expanded as a world-class facility. The North American's educational reach has extended beyond youth livestock showing and judging contests to cover internships, school tours, and a children's barnyard. And the commercial exhibits have grown into the ever-popular country store. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the North American International Livestock Exposition, we honor the visionary leaders, dedicated staff and volunteers, and exhibitors who raised the best of the best to bring them to the world's largest all-breed, purebred livestock show. Hold on to your hats. The best is yet to come.